What you're about to hear is part three in my ongoing series on the American Civil War. If you want to listen to your stories in order, we recommend it. So go check out parts one and two. But if you don't mind all of that context and all of the build up to 1862, well, you can start right here. Part of the reason this episode took so long to release is because I've been focusing on a book proposal and I've been prioritizing that over the podcast. So, very sorry for the long wait, folks, but I've been working on a book. If you want to hear more about the book, I'll talk about it at the end of the show. So, just sit back, relax, and enjoy Distant Guns Part 3. And if you want to hear more about the book, just stick through to the end. Without any further ado, here is The Sound of Distant Guns Part 3.
From Dallas, Texas, the flash, apparently official, President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
I think I'm always going to be fascinated by the concept of war as punishment. This idea that there has been some great national wrong that needs to be righted, and the only way for that penance to be paid, for the price to be paid, for the thing that has gone wrong is war or some kind of calamity. Maybe it's a famine. You've got to atone for your sins by suffering this plague or calamity or whatever's coming upon you. That is the way that you pay your penance, because sacrifice, the ancient Israelites sacrificed cows and things to atone for their sins, and sacrifice has gone the way of the dodo, so we're going to sacrifice our blood. And in return, the benevolent God of the universe is going to forgive us our sins. For the North at the beginning of the American Civil War, those sins are pretty obvious. A lot of the abolitionists, like Frederick Douglass, himself a former enslaved person, William Lloyd Garrison, and others, they're pointing to the great evil of slavery and saying this war that's expanding and growing, it is a punishment for the institution of slavery. It is a punishment for 2 centuries of bondage. And all these young men that are dying in these fields throughout the United States, all of them are dying as penance for this great sin that we have committed against ourselves, against humanity, against God. But what about those people that were committing the great evil? If the great evil was slavery, what were the slave owners attributing this giant catastrophe to? Because they weren't contributing it to slavery. Slavery was the great moral good, right? At least according to a couple of those Southern statesmen before the war. If that wasn't the sin, what was? I think one Presbyterian minister put it into words in 1864 when he said that our reverses are intended to teach us our dependence upon God. Just let that marinate for a moment. Our reverses are intended to teach us dependence upon God. But what if God is against you? And what if everybody thinks God is against them? What sort of tenor does that add to this growing war? What does that make you think about the war as it expands? Because in 1862, it does indeed expand. It becomes something entirely different than what it was in 1861. We finished out the last show talking about 1861 as this sort of a year of gathering misfortunes, one after the other. And it's not exactly the war that you recognize. In fact, there's only one real major battle that has any, lasting implications. There's a lot of smaller skirmishes, but these big set piece battles that we recognize from the Civil War that we go, and we study and we look at the fields and we try and figure out, okay, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? That doesn't really happen yet. And so this war it's gathering steam. It's getting, momentum. It's the ball rolling down the hill. It's starting to become something different. The bureaucracy's being set in place. These things that we recognize are starting to kind of come into form. And even as the war expands, there is this prevailing view, I suppose, on both sides. In the North, it's that slavery is this great evil, and all of these bodies that are peppering these different fields throughout the United States, these bodies are payment for that sin. And then in the South, it's, well, we've had this great moral regression. And because we've had this great moral regression, God is giving us this war in order to relearn dependence upon Him. And therefore, when we learn dependence upon God, the, the moral regression will right itself. We will become once again an upstanding and moral people. In the long history of humanity, wars often bring out all sorts of justifications. I mean, when people die, you've got to have a good reason. And I'm not sure that either one of these explanations is a great explanation. It might be just a more rational explanation. You have two different political factions that disagree, and because they disagree, we come to blows. But these political factions have their own moral underpinnings, they have religious underpinnings. They have underpinnings that are so significant they go straight up to heaven, and they sit at the foot of, this deity sitting there on this throne. They sit before him and they ask him, "Is our cause just?" And both of them come back from that meeting with this all-powerful deity, and they say, "Our cause may be just, but we are suffering nonetheless." And I wonder, as much as maybe these justifications are not realistic, as much as perhaps they are not, a real interpretation of what's happening, you wonder how powerful they are because people believed in them. You have the ministers standing up in their pulpits in different parts of the same country, as it were, speaking to largely a similar demographic of individuals, people that grow up with very similar ideas about the United States of America and what it stands for, but in two different sections of the country that sort of diverge a little bit on different subjects. And these ministers get up and they say in their pulpits, "We are suffering, we are going through this, moral forming. And we're doing it because of our sins. And in the North, the sin is one thing, and in the South, the sin is something different." And I've wondered when putting this together, how much of that element is, a real practical sort of thing going on under the hood, something that you're not going to see. But there's always that old idea, right? That even if it's not true, but people believe it and they act on that thing that they believe is true, it almost in its own way makes it kind of true. And then it makes you wonder, what if, even if it might not be true, what if this war that many people believe is a punishment for different types of sins is, in fact, because they believe it, is in fact a punishment for sins? But there's also this other element because while this is very much a political question that's being argued on the battlefield, it's a moral religious question as well. And when you think that your side of this argument is the righteous one and things don't go well for you, what does that mean for you, for your God, for all the things that you believe to be true? It sort of subverts all of them, doesn't it? If you believe, for example, you're a Northerner, let's say you're a New Yorker, like there's a lawyer, George Templeton Strong, who writes after the first Battle of Bull Run that he's lamenting, right? It's this black day. He writes the day after, quote, "Today will be known as Black Monday. We are utterly and disgracefully routed, beaten, whipped by secessionists," end quote. But then on the flip side, historian George Rabel writes about the inverse of this. If you're a Southerner and things don't go well for you, Rabel writes about this phenomenon where defeat requires self-reflection. You look inward and you go, what did I do wrong? Was I not pious enough? Did I not do this right? Did I not do that right? It is this funny, and the term is, I think, a bit ironic, but it reminds you of some of those Puritans who came over in the 1600s and they settle and they create, Jamestown, and things don't go well, harvests go bad, and they turn their eyes heavenward. They immediately start to think that they've done something cosmically wrong. In March 1863, things aren't going super well for the Confederacy, and President Jefferson Davis delivers a speech where he says, quote, "Let us humbly recognize our dependence upon God and implore his favor and protection." And then he calls for humiliation, fasting, and prayer, end quote. Essentially, things aren't going well. We need to get right with God. And this is a phenomenon that's going to seesaw back and forth as the fortunes of the war turn on different dimes. And as January 1862 dawns, the North is on the low end of the seesaw and the South is on the higher end. If you think about things broadly speaking, it really could not have gone all that much better for the South in 1861. Some of their chief aims, if you were to put them on a list, or maybe even do some sort of a triage list of the things that they need to address, number one, perhaps, is maybe just win outright, capture Washington, D.C., disperse the federal government, and sort of start negotiations from there. The other option is to get foreign intervention, maybe in the form of British aid or French aid, overt help from a foreign power. And maybe in third on this triage list, things are still going well, but maybe not like perfect, best case scenario. But step one is you're working towards those other two ends, but you haven't been defeated yet. You haven't lost. And as students of military history will note, sometimes you don't necessarily need to win, you just need to outlast your opponent. Famously, the Vietnam War is a wonderful example of this. The Vietnamese didn't actually have to win on the battlefield, they just had to not lose. And oftentimes in military history, some sides will be presented with this sort of recourse. It's, well, chances of outright winning are probably low, but you can still win anyway. There's other ways to get those same goals accomplished that you want to get accomplished. And as of the dawn of 1862 for the Confederacy, things are going pretty well. Yes, there's a blockade. Yes, they have basically struck out trying to get England to come in on their side. But at the same time, they haven't lost yet. They essentially win the First Battle of Bull Run. They disperse a force at Ball's Bluff. And while George McClellan is starting to figure some things out bureaucratically, I suppose, he's whipping his army into shape, they haven't actually done anything. He hasn't advanced. He hasn't met a Confederate force in the field. You could say that it's going so well for the Confederacy that the Union fired their Secretary of War. As 1861 becomes 1862, Secretary of War Simon Cameron is replaced for many reasons. The primary issue was corruption. This has been a long-running issue within the War Department dating back to the previous administration. But as the war kicks off, the War Department has been largely ineffective at providing for the troops in the field. Now, it's a big job, right? What do we say? There were 19,000 U.S. troops at the beginning of 1861, and now we have hundreds of thousands of troops. And you've got to build the infrastructure in order to feed and clothe and provide weapons. And you've got to get contracts with rifle manufacturers, several of them. You got to build cannon. You got to build shot. You got to create food. You got to find all these horses. All of these things you have to figure out. And Simon Cameron has largely done a rough job figuring this out. But the problem is, or I guess good news for Simon Cameron, most people don't really know how bad it is. They won't know until February 1862 when a 1,100-page report comes out that people realize, oh, it's Simon Cameron's fault. But lucky for Simon Cameron, he is dismissed in January 1862. And he's dismissed because President Lincoln, though people don't realize it in the moment, has paid attention to all of these issues regarding contracts. And Simon Cameron is giving good contracts to some of his business buddies up north. And Lincoln's had enough. He can see the toll it's taking on the war effort. And he's decided that Simon Cameron has to go. When he asks for who the next guy should be, Simon Cameron supplies a name: Edwin Stanton. What's funny is the rest of the cabinet, aside from Seward, is not all that privy to this change. And when Simon Cameron is dismissed, the rest of the cabinet are writing letters to people like, oh, I had no idea. But perhaps the most important person in all of this is George McClellan. And like we mentioned at the end of the last show, he's got the fever. He's been in his bed for multiple weeks, although he will write in his memoirs, it is quite funny, that he was actually quite fine. He had the fever, he couldn't get up out of bed, but he was fine. He wrote in his memoirs in the 1880s, quote, "My malady was supposed to be more serious than it really was, for although very weak and ill, my strong constitution enabled me to retain a clear intellect during the most trying part of the illness, so that I daily transacted business and gave the necessary orders, never for a moment abandoning the direction of affairs." End quote. McClellan contends later that he wasn't consulted about Stanton being made the Secretary of War, and you can read into the memoir between the lines, perhaps, a little bit of a saltiness about it, which is, I suppose, just characteristic of how McClellan writes about just about anything. There's just a little saltiness with everything. But he says that Lincoln comes to him later and says, well, I'm sorry I didn't tell you about it. I just made the choice, but I know that you and Stanton are buddies from way back when, and I figured that you would have no issues with me appointing Edwin Stanton. And by all accounts, to start things off, McClellan doesn't really have any issues with Stanton. But that doesn't last very long, because McClellan, just like when he had Winfield Scott buggering into his affairs, McClellan gets a little snippy if you decide to tell him what to do. Anytime anybody tells him what to do, McClellan gets just a little salty. And McClellan has been nursing this giant Napoleonic plan for 1862's offensive, and he's raring to go. He's got all the details hammered out. He's decided that he's going to do this peninsular campaign called the Urbana Plan. He's going to get things rolling, but then Stanton seems to get in his way, and he doesn't like that very much. There was some disagreement in Washington about what McClellan should do next. McClellan had this idea, he called it the Urbana Plan, wherein he would take a large force of men, land them in Urbana, Virginia. They would go down the river, land at Urbana, Virginia, and then march toward Richmond. And essentially this idea, in theory, was that Confederate troops would be forced to fight McClellan because there was nowhere else to go. And McClellan would be right there on their front door, and unless they attacked him, he wasn't going to go anywhere. That was the theory anyway. But it was this sort of slow-moving kind of a thing, and it was not a direct attack upon an army or upon a specific point. So Abraham Lincoln sends McClellan a letter, and he outlines 5 questions. And he basically says, okay, this plan might work, but isn't it going to be really expensive? What happens if you don't actually meet the army? If he moves, if he decides, I'm not going to just sit still and wait for you to be right here on my front door. What happens if he decides to move a little bit? What are the audibles going to be? Lincoln also asks him, okay, let's say things don't go super well. Isn't the retreat in your plan wherein you've got to hop on, a series of transports, go down a river and land in Urbana and then march towards Richmond? Let's say things go bad and you have to retreat. Isn't the retreat for this kind of a plan going to be really difficult? Whereas my plan, Lincoln says, is going to be a very simple march across to Manassas Junction again, and we're just going to do a redux of the first Bull Run. But this time, because our army is much better prepared in all of these things, it'll go better. Now, what's interesting about this Urbana plan, as the historian John Keegan points out, is this amphibious element to the plan. Because as Keegan will point out, there is no previous precedent for an amphibious element in a campaign like this. He writes in his book, American Civil War, quote, "What was strangest, however, about the Urbana Plan, as it was initially called after the place at which McClellan proposed to debark, was how he had hit upon it in the first place. Neither Scott, meaning Winfield Scott, Lincoln, or any other Union commander had proposed any amphibious element in operations designed to defeat the South. There was no amphibious tradition in the American way of warfare." End quote. We talked a little bit about strategy in the previous show, and it can get a little bit in the weeds and it can get a little bit confusing. But suffice to say this: Lincoln's idea is we're going to go pick a point and we're going to pick, the enemy army is right here. We're going to go fight him there. General Grant often, and he'll think about this sort of in retrospect, hindsight being 2020. General Grant will always operate like the enemy is at this place. I'm going to go meet him at this place and attack him there. So it's this idea that we're going to attack the enemy at specific points and we're going to treat everything like we are attacking little dots on a map per se. Whereas McClellan's plan is not so much a we're going to attack him at points, we're going to move through the country toward a point, toward an eventuality. In this case, with the Urbana plan, they're going to land at the mouth of the Rappahannock and then march overland towards Richmond. So the eventual point is going to be Richmond, but there's no telling how much fighting you're going to have to do en route to Richmond because the enemy army isn't necessarily in a specific place. He could be in many places. And it means that you're going to have to improvise in the act of conducting the campaign, which means that there's more opportunity theoretically for things to go wrong. And when you introduce amphibious elements, there's also opportunities for things to go wrong. But McClellan looks at this and says, this is efficiency. If we introduce these transports, it means there's less time that we have to march. Theoretically, we can move quicker, and it's going to be a more efficient use of time and resources, even though Lincoln says it's actually probably not going to be a more efficient use of time and resources. But that's neither here nor there. It ultimately doesn't matter because the plan sort of dies in the cradle before it has a chance to actually be executed, because Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston abandons Manassas. And when he abandons Manassas, it sort of takes the wind out of the sails, and you go, well, okay, McClellan's plan theoretically is going to suck him into a battle en route to Richmond. So because Johnston moves, McClellan has to adapt. And that means that the Urbana plan becomes the Peninsular Campaign. Now, prior to this thing kicking off, Lincoln has been begging McClellan to do something. In fact, he will issue a general order which says, we have to attack something. And it's not just dictated to McClellan. It's dictated to every Union general in the field. It's dictated to the Department of the West, to Henry Halleck. It's dictated to the Army of the Potomac and McClellan. Everybody is put on notice. Things need to happen, Lincoln says. And there's political considerations for this, but there also, things just have not happened in any sort of real way since July 1861. And we are now in January, February, March of 1862, and things just haven't happened. Now, things will start to get rolling in the West, but in the East, McClellan is sort of obsessing over this Peninsular Campaign and wanting to cross his T's and dot his I's and make sure that the enemy that he observes is exactly how he wants him to be. McClellan is, again, like we said, picky about all the details. He gathers for himself about 150,000 men in order to execute the Peninsular Campaign. But what he doesn't really consider, I suppose, is that Lincoln wants Washington to remain secure. So McClellan leaves 20,000 men to defend Washington, to defend the Manassas Junction, that railroad line that leads to Washington City. And he only leaves 20,000 men. And Lincoln's like, what are we doing? 20,000 men is a welcome party, as it were, for any real Confederate force if they decide to attack Washington. 20,000 men isn't going to stop any sort of real invasion. And this has been the prevailing fear in Washington since April 1861, that Washington is going to be attacked. And the Confederates have had ample opportunity to attack Washington if they could get things together. They just haven't really been able to connect all the dots, as it were. And now that we're into 1862 and the, bureaucratic element and the machine of war is starting to get rolling, Lincoln is very, very afraid that Washington is going to be attacked because that would roll the whole thing up. That would end the war instantly, essentially. So what Lincoln does is he pulls off a division from McClellan's Peninsular Force and leaves it to defend Washington. And like you can imagine, McClellan takes that very well. He's perfectly accommodating, right? No, McClellan freaks out. And what I suppose is even worse is there's a miscommunication about what it actually means in practicality. We'll put it this way. McClellan writes in his vindication memoirs in the 1880s, he writes, looking back on this decision, quote, I had a total of 156,000 men. This is before Lincoln pulls off Blenker's division. But the First Corps, he continues, Blenker's division, the expected Fort Monroe division, the cavalry, amounted to about 63,000 for duty and reduced my paper force to 93,000, which in consequence of leaving behind many men unfit for the field was actually reduced to 85,000, not much more than one half of what I expected, making the proper deduction for extra duty men, etc., there remaining only about 70,000 effectives, end quote. But even this 85,000 number is a bit disputed because Lincoln will send him a letter in April 1862 where he goes, hold on, wait a minute. Why do you say you've only got 85,000 men? I've got notes here that say you've got more than that. He writes in this letter to McClellan, quote, I had just obtained from the Secretary of War a statement taking, as he said, from your own returns, making 108,000 then with you and en route to you. You now say you will have but 85,000, when all en route to you shall have reached you. How can this discrepancy of 23,000 be accounted for? End quote. Now, what's so fascinating about all of this is that it is essentially the Real Housewives version of the Civil War. I mean, this is drama at its highest order because everybody is trying to shift blame onto other people. And what I find so fascinating about all of it is, to me, Lincoln feels like he's kind of in the middle of all of these pointing fingers. And he's just sort of like, will some of y'all just do something? Will somebody do something? And he's looking at McClellan and he's like, why aren't you doing something? And McClellan is shifting blame back to Lincoln and Stanton. And he's like, well, this isn't working because I haven't been given enough men. Now, what McClellan will often do is he will estimate his force by effectives, by the fit for duty numbers, which is often almost this lowballing that he'll do, like a sandbagging tactic where he says, I've only got this. I mean, he says in the letter, I've only got 70,000 men that I can use from my initial 156,000, which is a lowball. He has more than 70,000, but he's writing back to Washington saying, I've only got this many. And then he does this other tactic where he says, my intelligence tells me the enemy has 200,000 men, which is a failure in intelligence. The enemy doesn't have 200,000 men. The later estimates, historians agree, it's about 85,000. It's about as many as McClellan has. But then Lincoln peels off Blenker's division to defend Washington, which McClellan says is about 63,000 men, leaving him with 85,000, or I guess in his eyes, 70,000. And then Edwin Stanton makes a mistake that people are still arguing about. And some people would say it's the worst mistake the Union made in the entire Civil War. That might be overestimating it, perhaps, but it is a massive, it's a massive blunder. There's really no other way to put it. Edwin Stanton closes all the recruiting depots. He says, we're not taking any new troops. McClellan puts it this way in his memoirs. He says, on the second day after I left Washington, an order was issued breaking up all the recruiting rendezvous for volunteers and thus abruptly stopping all recruiting at the very time that it was most necessary, end quote. He then continues and explains it this way, quote, as further proof that the administration did not intend the Peninsular Campaign to be successful may be cited that the fact of the 3rd of April, 1862, there was issued General Order Number 33, closing all the recruiting depots for the volunteers and stopping all recruiting. It is hardly credible that the members of the administration were ignorant of the fact that an army in the field must meet with some losses under the most favorable circumstances, and that to stop all supplies of men at such a juncture is the most unpardonable of follies. End quote. Looking back on things later, McClellan thinks that the political operators, the senators, the president, the politicians are out to get him, the simple general. He's only out here trying to do military things, and the politics is getting in the way. In fact, at the beginning of his memoirs, the biographer that edits all of the memoirs together into a single volume writes about McClellan that he is too slow to recognize evil in any man. Essentially, he says he's naive. It's this shifting blame thing. And McClellan, when he's writing his vindication after the fact, he's like, well, y'all don't even want me to win. You're acting against your own self-interest, which is to want me to win. And you're saying that you don't actually even want me to win. He will write in his memoirs that he thinks Edwin Stanton wants him to lose. Why? Because he is so obsessed with slavery that he thinks if the war ends soon, slavery won't be abolished, and therefore the war must continue. He cites this commission sent from New York to the president that Stanton is a part of prior to being made Secretary of War, where he says that this commission says to Lincoln, the great aim of the war is to abolish slavery. He continues, quote, to end the war before the nation was ready for that would be a failure. The war must be prolonged, McClellan writes, and conducted so as to achieve that the people of the North were not yet ready to accept that view, and that it would not answer to permit me to succeed until the people had been worked up to the proper pitch on that question, end quote. So McClellan argues that it is public opinion about slavery. He says the war must drag on, and therefore McClellan can't be successful. Now, what's fascinating about this line of reasoning, putting my cards on the table, I don't think it's true, by the way, especially because Abraham Lincoln is trying to get slavery abolished. On March 6th, he will deliver a message to Congress where he urges the border states to eliminate slavery. And in some of the letters that he will send back and forth, he's writing about the material cost of emancipating slaves. And in this plan, they're going to pay the slave owners a reparation, as it were, of $400 per slave. And so Lincoln then does the math. He does some back-of-the-hand math, and he says, well, if we were to give $400 to all these slave owners in the border states for their slaves, how much would it cost? And he goes, it's actually a lot cheaper than conducting the war as things have been going. And so Lincoln will write in March of 1862, while all this peninsular stuff is going on, by the way, where he's writing and he says, well, if we would just abolish slavery, the war would end sooner. So Lincoln connects slavery, or the abolition of it, with the speedy end of the war. Whereas McClellan is saying the public isn't ready for the abolition of slavery, therefore the war must drag on. So they have opposing views about this thing, right? Historians argue about this as well. Harold Hyman is Edwin Stanton's biographer, and he writes about what Stanton was thinking when he closed down these recruiting depots. Hyman says that Stanton genuinely believed the Army of the Potomac would crush the Confederacy, and he will acknowledge that this was a mistake. He says this was dumb, and he shouldn't have done this, but it was a naive mistake. He really thought, says Hyman, that the Army of the Potomac was going to be just fine. They didn't actually need the recruits. Now, you got to remember, biographers in general, they tend to try and whitewash their subjects a little bit. This is just kind of a rule of thumb. Biographers tend to, for lack of a better term, fall in love with their subject. And so then they tend to write pretty glowing reflections of their subject. And Hyman does this. This biography is published in 1962, and it is a pretty generous biography for Edwin Stanton on the whole. Now, James McPherson in Battle Cry of Freedom says that Stanton believed the government already had more men under arms that it could effectively feed, clothe, and pay. So he views this closing of the depots as a fiscal consideration. We can't clothe, feed, pay any more men, McPherson would argue. And then there is a little bit more of a cynical perspective, and this is from historian Stephen Sears. He argues that Stanton stopped recruiting partly to cap McClellan's influence. Stanton has noticed, that McClellan's constantly demanding more men and blaming Washington for all the delays and blaming Washington for him not acting. And Stanton thinks, according to Sears, that by freezing recruitment, he believed he was forcing McClellan to act by essentially doing the equivalent of Cortez burning his boats. He says, "You're not getting any more. We're cutting you off. You have 100,000 men. Use those." As is often the case, the truth is probably somewhere between the extremes. It is really difficult to know exactly what Stanton's thinking here because it is kind of a mistake. You don't want to close down your recruiting depots and cut off your supposed reinforcements that you will probably need because chances are there's going to be a battle in this campaign. That's kind of the aim of it, to fight the Confederacy at some point. And when that happens, people are going to die. People are going to be rendered ineffective through disease or wounds. And you're going to need some volunteers to refresh the troops. And so it is confusing why Stanton would do this. Regardless, by the end of April, McClellan has about 112,000 men present for duty. He would underestimate these. He would say not all of these are combat effective, but he's got 112,000 men ready for this forthcoming Peninsular campaign that could, in theory, change the war in a drastic way. It is the first time that the Union has combined all of the bureaucracy, the planning. They've got an army that's well equipped. It's been drilled for many months. It's got McClellan in charge, this savior who, the politicians have soured on because he's so timid and he's kind of annoying. But regardless, we've got an army in the field. It's moving. It's big. And there's Confederates right over there that are ready to fight, and things could change. While the North is figuring things out, the Confederacy is too. They've got their own problems. It's pretty well known by March of 1862 that these men that signed up for a year, these Confederate volunteers after Fort Sumter, their 1 year is coming up, and it's pretty well known that they're all just going to go home. There's rumblings amongst the troops that they're going to take little vacations before they come back and sign up again, or even worse, that they just won't come back to the army. And so these Confederate forces that are dispersed throughout these Confederate states preparing themselves for a northern invasion because they know McClellan's starting to get things rolling up there in Washington City, that while this is going on, Confederate troops might melt away just as the North is starting to bring to bear its full force. This creates a situation that is paradoxical and politically difficult for the Confederacy, as any other situation will. This is going to be the beginning of an ongoing struggle that the Confederacy will deal with the entire war. You might even say this is the bug in the Confederacy's code. It is conscription. It is forcing soldiers to join Confederate armies whether they want to or not. But in order to win battles, you have to have armies, and the Confederacy knows this. And so in April, Jefferson Davis recommends to the Confederate Congress a conscription act. The first such conscription act in American history, Shelby Foote writes. This conscription act passes April 16th, 1862, and creates a conundrum of monumental proportions. James McPherson writes in Battle Cry of Freedom, quote, conscription dramatized a fundamental paradox in the Confederate war effort. The need for Hamiltonian means to achieve Jeffersonian ends. Pure Jeffersonians, McPherson writes, could not accept this. Jefferson Davis donned the mantle of Hamilton. The Confederate Constitution, he pointed out, gave Congress the power to raise and support armies and to provide for the common defense. It also mentioned another clause, likewise copied from the U.S. Constitution, empowering Congress to make all laws necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers. End quote. This is fascinating, and I think we talked about this a little bit in one of the previous shows about this push and pull between a centralized Confederate government and the individual states. And one of the things that the individual states talk about a lot in, putting together their ideas for secession is this idea that they don't want to be coerced at all. They want pure Jeffersonian government, which is to say, they want to govern themselves, and in matters of national security, I suppose, they will defer to a centralized government of sorts. But the Confederate government is built on Jeffersonian ideas, which is to say, ideas of a government that is severely strapped in its power compared to its federal counterpart in Washington City. But when you have these situations like this, where you're going to lose the war unless the government acts like a central government, or I suppose takes the charge in situations like this, where you need the government to sort of have energy, it makes things really complicated because then it brings up this, question. What kind of a government do we have, and why are we seceding? Because nominally, right, the southern states seceded because they didn't want to be coerced by any sort of governmental entity. They wanted to choose their own government. They didn't want despotism of any kind. But then when Jefferson Davis signs in, or I suppose spearheads, a conscription act that then the Confederate Congress signs into law, isn't that also despotism? He runs into pushback from state governors who point this out, and also from some of those fire eaters that were advocating for secession. Now, Shelby Foote points out in his History of the Civil War that some of these fire eaters are really just mad because they didn't get any sort of high offices in the new Confederate government. They were useful to a point, right? They're useful to getting secession and, drumming up support for secession. But then when it came time to actually put them into offices, the Confederate government looks at them like they're the crazy cousin, as it were. They had a use, but they're not going to be the brains of this new operation. So they're all mad that they don't actually get some of these high offices. And then they start speaking out against the supposed despotism of Jefferson Davis. Are they speaking out because of this righteous idea of they don't want any coercion at all? Or are they speaking out because they're like the jilted lover in this kind of affair? Some of the state governors point this out as well. They go, wait a minute, I thought this whole thing was built upon a Jeffersonian idea, and here we have a government acting relatively Hamiltonian. Do the ends justify the means? This is going to be something that comes up often. And each government has to deal with this. Lincoln has to deal with this. Jefferson Davis has to deal with this. We could probably do a whole separate podcast about having energy in an executive branch when you have emergencies like this one, like when you have a problem where you might lose the war if you can't generate troops. What are you authorizing your central government to do? Like, do they need to be able to go get you some troops because it's essential to the national interest? It can be flipped on the other end, with Abraham Lincoln, if he feels like the rail lines between Washington and Philadelphia are compromised because of people burning bridges and things like this in Baltimore and up into Philadelphia. If he thinks that those areas are compromised and he suspends the writ of habeas corpus, supposedly to protect the people there, is that despotism? Is that unconstitutional? Both of these questions come up and become sort of questions about constitutionality. What is the government actually allowed to do What is it not allowed to do? In this situation with the Confederate government and conscription, people get mad. People are mad about conscription throughout the entire war. But it does become a thing where, for Jefferson Davis and the Confederate government, the ends do justify the means. If we are beaten, what's the point? Historian James McPherson, in his book Battle Cry of Freedom, says that Jefferson Davis does answer this question. He writes, quote, Davis insisted that the necessary and proper clause legitimized conscription. No one could doubt the necessity when our very existence is threatened by armies vastly superior in numbers. Therefore, McPherson writes, the true and only test is to inquire whether the law is intended and calculated to carry out the object. If the answer be in the affirmative, the law is constitutional. End quote. Now, listen, I'm not a constitutional expert per se, but that's the exact same justification that you're going to get from the Lincoln administration for all of the, shall we say, extra constitutional measures they will take throughout the war. For example, the suspending of the writ of habeas corpus, that's the one that typically comes up a lot. And we're not trying to relitigate this per se, but it is really helpful to know. And as Clausewitz says, right, the old military theologian, he will always say that war is just policy by other means, which is to say, war is politics that takes on a different form. It's still politics, it's just people die instead of, people arguing on the House floor or whatever. It's an extension. If that's the case, you got to know why you're fighting. And some of these political things that seep into the military stuff are really interesting because it's all interconnected. It's all woven together. If Jefferson Davis is conscripting troops saying, if we don't, it's existential. And when Abraham Lincoln will call for troops, he will cite the same thing. Lincoln will be a little bit more specific. He'll say that we need troops, he calls for 75,000, to defend Washington because there's reports that Confederates are just going to march on the Capitol. So in that case, that's also existential. And then when you get to the, let's play this out, right? When Lincoln calls for more troops, more volunteers, which the states then provide, you've got a situation where it's like, okay, we've got a war, and if we don't fight it, we'll be defeated. It sort of becomes this thing where it's like, where do you draw the line? Where do you say it's not existential anymore? Like if you get into a fight with somebody and you just put your arms down beside your sides, and then you get knocked out because the guy's still fighting you and you've just quit all of a sudden. Well, wasn't that also kind of an existential thing? Like, where does it go from this is not an existential threat anymore to sort of a gray area where it's kind of a thing where you can say, we're gonna pull back a little bit. It's not any sort of a thing where we need to be extra constitutional about it. This is what's so interesting to me about the Constitution, which is I'm co-opting this conversation about the Civil War to talk about political theory. So sorry about that. But what to me is so fascinating about it is you have two interpretations of the same thing. You've got the Confederacy, which is just the extreme Jeffersonian interpretation of the founding. And then you have the Abraham Lincoln interpretation of the founding, which is slightly more Hamiltonian, but it's an interpretation of the same thing, trying to return to the spirit, I suppose, of the founding. They're just interpreting it in two different ways. Meanwhile, in Virginia, this peninsular campaign starts to kick off. McClellan complains from the get-go that the maps he's got aren't as good as he thought they were. There's a river that's far bigger of a river than he thought it would be. And also, as he presses into Virginia towards Richmond, which is north of Washington, he's got Yorktown at his back. And this is, Revolutionary War Yorktown. These defenses that the British built up are still there, and they're being reinforced by Confederates. And so McClellan has to swing around and take Yorktown. He takes Yorktown, and then he decides to focus his energy on Richmond. And all the while, he's getting reports from Alan Pinkerton. his intelligence supervisor, that the Confederate forces are enormous. He's getting reports that there's 180, 200,000. There's even a colonel at one point that writes in his journal that there's 240,000 Confederates in and around Richmond. So McClellan is sending these telegrams and letters back to Washington. He's like, I need more men, I need more men, I need more men. At a certain point, one of the campaign's main goals is to get Irvin McDowell to send his troops down south. Irvin McDowell is up in northern Virginia, north of Richmond. He's got about 40,000 men. And McClellan is hoping and praying, at one point, almost literally praying, that McDowell will send his forces down to join him. And while all this is happening and he's trying to get reinforced and he's slowly moving Confederate forces back towards Richmond, a Confederate general who his men thinks is pretty crazy, Thomas Jackson, starts to mystify the Union Army. He would always say to his subordinates that his number one strategy was to always mystify, mislead, and surprise the enemy. And he starts to do that very thing to Union forces around the Blue Ridge Mountains in Virginia. It was Robert E. Lee's idea. He knew that McDowell was going to try and send troops to reinforce McClellan, and he knew that that was central to McClellan's success. McClellan's hoping for it. McDowell's hoping for it. The Union as a whole are hoping that McDowell can link up with McClellan. And so Robert E. Lee confers with Thomas Jackson, and he says, hey, can you scramble this plan a little bit? And Thomas Jackson says, sure, I'll see what I can do. Jackson is a fascinating individual, one of the more colorful individuals that comes out of the Civil War. He came to moderate fame at the First Battle of Manassas, or Bull Run, where his brigade of Virginians held like a stone wall, and so it was called the Stonewall Brigade because, supposedly a General B in the battle, in the thick of the fighting, is trying to get his men to stand firm by pointing at Stonewall Jackson's brigade, and he says, look, the Virginians are holding like a stone wall, rally behind them. So the brigade comes to be called the Stonewall Brigade, and then Jackson, as their general, comes to be called Stonewall Jackson. But his men at this point call him Old Tom Fool. He's a weird bird. Shelby Foote, in his History of the Civil War, describes him this way, quote, he had adopted a peculiar diet to ease the pains of dyspepsia. Raspberries and plain bread and milk supplemented by lemons, many lemons. Though he would take no seasoning in his food, pepper, he said, made his left leg ache. Nor was his appearance reassuring. His uniform was a single-breasted threadbare coat that he had worn in the Mexican War, a rusty VMI cadet cap, which he wore with the broken visor pulled well down over his weary-looking eyes, and an outsized pair of flop-top cavalry boots. A religious fanatic, he sometimes interrupted his soldiers at their poker and chuck-a-luck games by strolling through the camp and handing out Sunday school pamphlets. They didn't object to this so much, however, as they did to the possible truth of rumors that he imagined himself a Southern Joshua, and in combat got so carried away by the notion that he lost his mental balance. They feared it might be so with him, for they had seen his pale blue eyes take on a wild, unearthly glitter in the gun smoke. Old Blue Light, they called him, and there was a substance for their fears. Just now he was writing his wife that he hoped to make his Valley Command an army of the living God as well as of its country. End quote. I think we could spend an entire episode probably on just the Valley Campaign. There have been many, many books written about what Stonewall Jackson will do here. The military history junkies all probably want me to, sit down and take my time with the Valley Campaign because it is fairly remarkable. It is studied in, West Point, and military studies today are still trying to figure out exactly how Stonewall Jackson does what he does here. And the reason why this campaign for Jackson is so resoundingly successful, and it's his crowning achievement throughout the war, possibly. You could argue about that, but I think this might be the thing that people say made Jackson a legend. It's that he's outnumbered. He's got Union armies on both flanks, and he manages to make everybody look silly in the Shenandoah Valley. Jackson's purpose in this little campaign is very simple. He is just trying to prevent those other armies, those other Union armies under McDowell and General Banks. He's trying to prevent them from reinforcing McClellan. Remember, McClellan doesn't have these recruiting centers open to him, so he's trying to reinforce as much as possible. Irvin McDowell has an army near Fredericksburg. He's trying to move that army from Fredericksburg to close to Richmond, where he can reinforce McClellan. And then there's General Banks, who has between 30 and 38,000 men, who crosses the Potomac, and his entire job, he's like the quarterback spy linebacker. His entire job is to shadow Jackson, prevent him from linking up with other Confederate troops, basically prevent him from harassing McClellan's army around the valley. So Banks enters the valley with 3 divisions. Stonewall Jackson has roughly 16,000 men. He's got some cavalry under Turner Ashby. Banks enters the valley with double that, and then he chases Stonewall Jackson down through Winchester, and then he occupies Winchester without a fight. And after he's occupied Winchester, now if you can visualize this on a map, Banks starts out around Harper's Ferry, Virginia, in the north of Virginia, right on the Virginia-Maryland border. He goes down to Winchester, which is just, a few miles away. And so then Jackson retreats. He pulls one of my favorite tactical moves here, the feigned retreat. He says, I'm running away, convinces Banks that he's running away to the extent that Banks breaks up his divisions. Remember, he's got 30 to 36,000 men roughly. He sends 2 of those divisions to reinforce McClellan. So now he's only got 1 division left, and Stonewall Jackson learns that he's got 1 division left and goes, oh, thank you very much, turns around and attacks Banks and crushes him. Now, this sort of begins this legend or reputation. So already Stonewall Jackson's troops have this reputation as the Stonewall Brigade, right? They're this courageous brigade from the first Battle of Manassas or Bull Run, whatever you want to call it. And after this little turn, and what will eventually happen here in this Valley campaign, is they start to be called foot cavalry because Stonewall Jackson is driving these men so hard, and they're now getting really good at it. They're veterans now, basically, is that they can cover enormous distances for infantry in a day, and these Union commanders aren't really ready for it. Now, Banks here, there's the miscalculation with his divisions, but he just doesn't expect that Jackson can return so quickly, so he's like, everything's fine, we'll be fine, and then all of a sudden, oh, nope, it's not fine. I think at one point I read that Jackson's army of 16,000 men is covering 36 miles in a day. Just to put that in perspective, I'm obviously not in the military, have not done any of, I have no experience that would translate to any of this stuff, except a few summers ago, did parts of the Appalachian Trail. And I remember that obviously this is mountain hiking. It's a little bit different, but of course you have the trail and, it's all right there for you. So maybe it's not quite the same thing, but maybe similar. And I remember it was a very big deal if you could do 20 miles in a day on the Appalachian Trail. Those were the veteran hikers, right? The people that were going from Maine all the way down to Georgia to do the entire trail. The really good ones were getting about 20 miles a day, sometimes maybe a little bit more than that, whatever. 20 miles a day was a really good day. Me, I'm getting 8 to 10 miles a day and thinking that I'm doing pretty good. Obviously, I'm not a veteran hiker. I haven't been doing the entire trail, but 8 to 10 miles, that felt pretty good. And by the end of it, well, let me tell you what, you're exhausted. So 36 miles a day, it's unbelievable. And it's baffling to the Union commanders as well because, intelligence isn't great. They don't know exactly where anybody is. They're trying their best, but they don't know exactly where the enemy is. They're trying, they can't find him. And as Jackson is moving around the valley, remember, shock and surprise, Banks is baffled. He is so surprised that Jackson is able to just pop up where he pops up. And this will be a theme, right? Jackson's army moves quicker than most people think he should be able to. And he will surprise more than one general because his foot cavalry are covering enormous distances in a day. And Abraham Lincoln, upon hearing how things are going in the valley, decides that he's going to direct things from the White House. He's going to move his different armies around like pieces on a chessboard. That's at least how James McPherson puts it. He's got several different armies in play. He's got an army under James Fremont in Tennessee. He's got Banks's army and he's got McDowell's army. Remember, McDowell's trying to go from Fredericksburg to Richmond. Banks is the quarterback spy. And Lincoln sends these telegraphs off to Banks, to McDowell, to McClellan, and he commands McDowell to send a couple divisions to reinforce Banks around the valley, because remember, Banks sent a couple divisions to reinforce McClellan, and everybody says this is a bad idea. Both McDowell and McClellan send messages back to Lincoln saying, this will just play into Jackson's hands. This is exactly what he wants us to do. He wants us to split our forces and try and chase him. And he's been running circles around them with his foot cavalry that are doing something like 30 miles a day in places. And they can't keep up with him with their armies. And so when Lincoln says, go chase him, McDowell and McClellan are like, this is a terrible idea. But McDowell, ever the good soldier, does indeed follow orders. James McPherson narrates it this way, quote, Lincoln fired off telegrams to the three separate commands of Fremont, Banks, and McDowell, hoping to move them like knights and bishops on the military chessboard. But his generals moved too slowly or in the wrong direction. Instead of crossing into the valley at Harrisonburg, Fremont found the passes blocked by small enemy forces and marched 40 miles northward to cross at a point northwest of Strasburg. This angered Lincoln, for it opened the way for Jackson's 16,000 to escape southward through Strasburg before Fremont's 15,000 and another general, Shields' 10,000, with another 10,000 close behind, converged on them from the west and east. End quote. Now, all while this is happening, you're having small battles that will take place here and there. Sort of as Jackson is moving, you're going to have small cavalry fights between Turner Ashby and Union cavalry. Ashby will be killed in one of these cavalry fights. And you sort of have this wheeling and dealing sort of a fighting happening while Jackson is moving around all of these Union forces. And Jackson is moving around them all in such a way that he doesn't allow these Union armies to join up together. He also doesn't allow these Union armies to exit the Shenandoah Valley. So they're all focused on him, and he's just moving around them almost like a fly on your face in the middle of summer. The Valley Campaign wraps up with battles at Cross Keys and Port Republic, where essentially Jackson's army is able to prevent the Union forces from ever joining, prevent them from ever leaving the valley, and they pull out of the Shenandoah Valley, and then Jackson makes a beeline for Richmond, where he joins Robert E. Lee's army. The Valley Campaign is, like I said, it's one of those campaigns that the military junkies just get glossy-eyed over. They get so excited because it is an example of maneuver. It's ushering in this sort of new way of fighting wars. And I guess the main thing that Jackson's able to do is he's able to prevent 60,000 Union soldiers from joining McClellan or from executing their other tasks. If they're, the linebacker trying to spy the quarterback, he prevented them from doing that. He prevented forces from joining McClellan. He prevented Fremont's army from being engaged in Tennessee. He drew them into the Shenandoah Valley in Virginia and essentially just screwed up everybody's plan except McClellan's. McClellan is still operating with his Army of the Potomac, and he's still moving towards Richmond, but everybody else is frustrated. It is a massive strategic victory. It created for Jackson a sterling reputation. As James McPherson will say, it created, quote, an aura of invincibility around him and his foot cavalry, end quote. In Richmond, Jefferson Davis is having even more issues, if you can imagine. In August 1861, he had released a list of the generals that he was going to promote. So the top level generals in the Confederate Army. The two heroes of the Battle of First Manassas or Bull Run, depending on where you live in the United States, the two heroes of that battle, Joseph E. Johnston and Pierre Beauregard, are fourth and fifth on that list. Even though, despite the fact that these two generals are the only two generals in the Confederacy that have thus far won a battle of major consequence. And famously, Joseph Johnston takes enormous umbrage at Jefferson Davis's proclamation because he says, like we just pointed out, I was the commanding general of the only victory we've had so far in this entire war. How are you going to pass me up for some of these other names on the list? A couple of the other names are General Samuel Cooper. I guarantee you haven't heard of him. Albert Sidney Johnston and Robert E. Lee. Joseph Johnston says, well, Lee hasn't actually commanded anybody in the field. Albert Sidney Johnston was commanding an outpost in California. He just got here. He doesn't even know what's going on. And meanwhile, me and Beauregard have already won a battle. He writes in an angry letter to Jefferson Davis that Davis had violated his rights as an officer. Jefferson Davis, being the sort of abrasive figure that he is, he didn't take it so well. He was insulted. And so he replies to Joseph Johnston's letter. And I just found it so funny because it is, it's man's pride that gets in on these things. And the reply is just wonderful. He says, in reply to Johnston's letter to him, taking offense that Joseph Johnston was passed over, Jefferson Davis writes, quote, Sir, I have just received and read your letter of the 12th instant. Its language is, as you say, unusual. Its arguments and statements utterly one-sided, and its insinuations as unfounded as they are unbecoming. End quote. But by June of 1862, Joseph E. Johnston is in charge of the defense of Richmond. Robert E. Lee had been assigned to West Virginia. Things hadn't gone all that well. They were calling him Granny Lee or Graybeard or some of these other terms. Even still, people like Lee, but he hasn't done anything. In fact, he hasn't commanded an army in the field yet. He tried to administer the stuff going on in West Virginia. It didn't go so well, so he's back in Richmond, but more sort of in an advisory role, chummed up with Jefferson Davis. Joseph Johnston is commanding the repulse of McClellan's army as it gets within 2 miles of Richmond. Joseph Johnston will become to be known for this later in the war, but he fights a very offensive-defensive sort of approach. John Keegan loves it. John Keegan will write, I don't have it sitting in front of me, but Keegan will write that the Confederacy probably could have won the war if they would have adopted more of a Joseph Johnston fighting tactic later in the war. He's a big fan. But early in the war, Joseph Johnston's offensive-defensive strategy is leading somewhat to mixed results. Now, it is a small sample size, as the data analyst people will point out. So far, you've just got 1 day of fighting here at what's called the Battle of Seven Pines or Fair Oaks. If you're a Confederate, it's the Battle of Seven Pines. If you're a Federal, it's the Battle of Fair Oaks. McClellan has moved to within just a couple miles outside of Richmond. But the major turning point here, I suppose, is that Irvin McDowell was on his way to meet McClellan, but then he gets partway there. Joseph Johnston is delaying his attack because he thinks McDowell's on his way, and he's just sort of waiting for McDowell to show up to figure out what to do, and then McDowell turns around. He got the telegram from Lincoln that says, come back, go attack Jackson in the Shenandoah Valley, and then send some troops back toward Washington to defend Washington, because Lincoln's getting a little nervous about what's going to happen next. He can't be great at everything, right? Lincoln's got his own problems as a commander-in-chief, and at this point in the war, Lincoln will be frustrated quite a bit throughout this entire thing, but there's an anecdote that he goes to Fortress Monroe, which is a fort near Washington, and he's witnessing sort of how men are carrying on at Fort Monroe. And famously, he throws his hat on the ground because he's so frustrated with how badly the men are doing their duties. They're cowardly. They're not doing what they're supposed to do, and he's fed up with it. He's like, why won't you just do what you're supposed to do? Follow orders. At any rate, McDowell turns around, and Joseph Johnston realizes, okay, we might have a chance here. McClellan is straddling with his 105,000-man army the Chickahominy River just outside of Richmond. And the Chickahominy River is known to flood, and he's trying to figure out, he's trying to figure out how he can attack, how he can get his troops across the river because all the bridges have been burned. But he's also doing his very cautious shtick again, and he's kind of inching slowly forward and then setting still. And Joseph Johnston realizes that he can attack McClellan's right flank, so the Battle of Seven Pines is Joseph Johnston trying to attack and drive off McClellan's right flank, which he does. The problem is, though, at the end of the first day's fighting at the Battle of Seven Pines, Joseph Johnston is sitting on his horse and he's telling his aides to basically pack it up for the night. It was sort of an inconclusive fight, all things considered. He's about to tell his aides to pack things up for the night when a bullet hits his shoulder and then a ball explodes near him and shrapnel hits him in the chest and in the leg, and he's grievously wounded. Jefferson Davis and Robert E. Lee are nearby. In fact, they ride up almost right after Joseph Johnston is shot, and pretty much within the matter of a couple of hours, Jefferson Davis decides that Robert E. Lee is going to take over Joseph Johnston's position as the commander of this army. But it's not exactly all sunshine and roses, as historian Shelby Foote will write. The press is not all that excited about Robert E. Lee taking over this army. Shelby Foote writes, quote, "Evacuating Lee," which is what the press called him. The press had called the 55-year-old graybeard, and with cause. Disappointing lofty expectations, he had shown a woeful incapacity to deal with high-strung subordinates in the field, and Johnston's army had perhaps the greatest number of high-strung troop commanders per square yard of any army ever assembled. Besides, in the more than 13 months of war, Lee had never taken part in a general engagement. Today, in fact, writing about the field as an observer, he had been under close-up rifle fire for the first time since Chapultepec, nearly 15 years ago. End quote. Now, we haven't talked very much about Robert E. Lee thus far because so far in the war, Robert E. Lee hasn't done very much. There's the moment at the beginning before the Battle of First Bull Run in April 1861 where Winfield Scott, that old haggard general, is pounding the table for Robert E. Lee to be made the commander of all the federal forces. And he's hounding Lincoln. He's saying, I'm not fit for the job. I'm 75 years old. I need to retire. I can do the paperwork, but I can't command an army in the field. He turns to Lincoln and says, Robert E. Lee's the man for the job. In fact, Winfield Scott at one point will say it would be cheap to insure Lee's life for $5 million a year. In Winfield Scott's mind, Robert E. Lee is the best field commander the United States has, and so he is heartbroken when Lee rejects the offer and instead sides with the Confederacy, sides, I guess more accurately, with Virginia, when Virginia secedes from the Union. He had taken a position as a commander in the West, now what we would call the West Virginia theater of the war, which is kind of this backwoods area. It is hilly, it is messy. It is not the premier theater of the war thus far. The premier theater of the war is sort of in that mainland Virginia area, and Lee is sort of sidelined up in West Virginia. It doesn't go very well. He essentially squanders his role there and is recalled to Richmond as an advisor for Jefferson Davis. Now, Jefferson Davis has massive respect for Lee. Everybody respects Lee. You can almost think of it this way. Robert E. Lee is a number one pick in the NFL draft. He comes in with a high pedigree. He's a once in a generation quarterback prospect, right? He's got all the intangibles. He's great. He's highly regarded coming out. But then his rookie year doesn't go so well. Maybe he's got a bad coach. Maybe his offensive line is terrible. it's a bad rookie year, and you look up at the end of the year and, like, I don't know, is he actually all that he was supposed to be? Robert E. Lee was a staff officer for Winfield Scott in the Mexican War. He performed admirably. He'd done all of these construction projects. He was second in his class from West Point in, now it feels like ages ago, and he's so well respected. So why did the West Virginia thing not work out so well? People aren't sure. Jefferson Davis has a background as a military commander. He was a Secretary of War at one point. In fact, when he was made president of the Confederacy, he was a little bit disappointed because he wanted to be the general in chief. He wanted to command the Confederacy's armies, but instead he's made president. So Robert E. Lee is his personal advisor, which is kind of this made-up position to stash Robert E. Lee because Jefferson Davis is kind of saving his spot on the bench. He's keeping a place warm for him. He's just trying to figure out what to do with him. And then the decision is almost made for him when Joseph Johnston is shot the first day of the Battle of Seven Pines. As soon as he takes over, Robert E. Lee realizes he's got three options. He can either fight sort of this offensive-defensive battle so close to Richmond, right? You've got to defend Richmond. So he can maybe do like an offensive-defensive attack. He could just withdraw to Richmond, fortify it. Or there's option three. And option three is just to attack, probably referring to Robert E. Lee's failure in Western Virginia, which was precipitated mostly by flooding, disease, bickering subordinates, like Shelby Foote points out. McClellan writes, as soon as Lee is promoted, that he's ecstatic. He writes, quote, "I prefer Lee to Johnston," he writes. "The former is too cautious," meaning Lee, "and weak under grave responsibility. Personally brave and energetic to a fault, he yet is wanting in moral firmness when pressed by heavy responsibility, and is likely to be timid and irresolute in action." End quote. It's classic McClellan, right? It's a little bit of crap talking just done just so. But what McClellan is doing here, and what he does often, is he just refuses to add in some details. He doesn't tell on himself, I guess is a good way of putting it. He knows perhaps that historians or investigators in the future are going to come back and read these things. In this fantasy that I have in my head, McClellan knows that we're going to investigate him later. He knows that Edwin Stanton and Lincoln are always stepping on his toes, and they always want him to do things just so. And perhaps McClellan writes these letters as if he knows that people are going to investigate them later. So he says, "I'd prefer Lee to Johnston. There's a detail missing. Him and Johnston are best buddies. They might as well be each other's best men." And this is a thing that gets carried in the Washington papers after Bull Run. It's something that maybe doesn't show up in your history books because it's a minor detail, but it's these minor details that make all the difference. McClellan and Johnston are buddies. So the subtext, I guess, is McClellan declines to attack at Bull Run. He potentially could get involved. He doesn't. It ends up not being that big of a deal because he gets made the general of the Army of the Potomac anyway. He shapes them up. He sort of convinces the North that they can do this. He gives them some self-confidence. But when he's writing about Lee and Johnston, you've got the Northern press that he's writing to, but you also have these personal feelings that McClellan is unable to separate from the professional feelings. And you have to wonder, as he's writing letters like this about who he prefers to fight against, is he going to say something nasty about his best man at the wedding? Or is he going to say something about the guy who's already sort of proven himself a bit of a disappointment, a failure? He hasn't actually done anything. He's got this outsized reputation that McClellan would like a piece of, thank you very much. He would like to be viewed that way by Winfield Scott, by Abraham Lincoln. McClellan was a staff officer on Winfield Scott's staff as well. He was the young guy. He's viewed as the new Napoleon. But Robert E. Lee gets all the accolades. He's 55 years old. Can you imagine your granddad taking over the army that's the Confederates' armies. Can you imagine a 55-year-old guy who is, he's starting to think about retirement if you put things into 2026 terms. He's thinking about the twilight of his career. I mean, Lee's been in the Army for 32 years. When he goes to resign his commission, he's not only going in defense of Virginia, right? The story goes that he says, I can't draw my sword against Virginia. Robert E. Lee has been in the Army for 32 years. I mean, this is all he knows. Yes, he inherits the plantation at Arlington through his wife. Yes, he's trying to figure out his place with his family's legacy because his dad was a famous war hero too, but then his dad disgraced himself, went down to Mexico, went on a drinking binge, and nobody ever heard from him again. So Robert E. Lee is carrying the burden of his family's legacy, and he's rebuilt it slowly over 32 years. And then he goes and surrenders his commission to Winfield Scott, and Winfield Scott is crestfallen, and he says, I was afraid that it would be so. I can't believe you've done this, but I was afraid that you would, because he knew he was a man of honor. And George McClellan is like, I'd rather fight that guy because he's unproven. Perhaps because McClellan would like to take a crack at that sterling reputation. He'd like some of that, thank you. Now he's got a chance here in maybe what everybody thinks is the ultimate battle of the Civil War. I mean, we are in June of 1862, a year after the Battle of the First Bull Run, and it all has built up to this. I mean, we're fighting at the doorstep of the Confederacy's capital. This is what Lincoln was so scared of would happen to Washington. And McClellan is just outside the gates, 2 miles away, 3 miles away. He's just now going on the south bank of the Chickahominy River, and he's preparing for a siege. And he gets to test his mettle against the general that maybe at night he thinks of himself as being. I mean, imagine if you have the poster on their wall and you're looking up at, LeBron James, Kevin Garnett, and you go into the NBA one day and you get to face them down. McClellan is getting his chance to face down Robert E. Lee, to face down the old graybeard, and he's sending his smack talk in letters. He's saying, I don't want to face my best man. I want to face Lee. I want to beat that sterling reputation and win the war in one fell swoop in the process. The funny part of it is McClellan doesn't tell anybody what he's going to do. Edwin Stanton and Abraham Lincoln are sending him letters back and forth, telegrams. They're sending him telegrams back and forth asking him when he's going to move, when he's going to attack. And remember, Lincoln has had to do this before. He's almost policing McClellan's movements at this point. He had to send in the letter way back when that says, you must act. And he's finally acted. And here we go again. We're having to ask questions about what McClellan is about to do. But McClellan does have a plan. The problem is he just won't tell his bosses what the plan is because he's worried that they're going to mess it up. Edwin Stanton and Lincoln are sending him telegrams like, what are you going to do? What's your battle plan? And McClellan will send them these open-ended promises. Like first he'll say, I'm waiting for reinforcements and, the skies have opened up. It's raining really bad. Everything's muddy. He can't move the artillery and the cavalry. And so they're like, okay. So then he gets reinforced. And, a week or two later, he's sending letters back that he's like, now we just wait for the ground to be good. And then the ground gets a little bit better and he sends another letter back and he says, now we're waiting for Providence to be on our side. But then he never really sends the strategy. He never sends the overarching plan because he's afraid that after the misfortunes of the Urbana plan, that Lincoln and Stanton are just going to boo-hoo it. So he keeps his cards close to his chest and he decides, we're out here in the field now. I'm not going to let those baboons mess up what my plan is. And so the only person he tells is his wife. Here's what he writes to his wife about how he's going to dispose of Robert E. Lee and the Confederacy. He writes, quote, I will push them up in upon Richmond and behind their works. Then I will bring up my heavy guns, shell the city, and carry it by assault. End quote. Now, that might be all well and good, but Robert E. Lee has a plan of his own. He's just going to attack. Students of Lee will be familiar with this because this is what Lee will try and do throughout the Civil War. He observes the field, he observes the conditions, and this is the sort of moment where you see that promise, that number one pick pedigree come through. Lee is willing to take some risks, and he's fighting a general in McClellan who is not. And so the contrast, it comes out here for the first time. You get to see Lee and McClellan, these two contrasting styles. And as they say, styles make fights. And Lee is going to attack straight on. He sees that McClellan is straddling the Chickahominy River with two large forces. The reason for this is McClellan is being supplied via a railroad, and he's got these elaborate supply lines that he's planned out. It's impressive, but these supply lines go all the way to New York, to Baltimore, to Washington, and he's relying on this rail center that is on the north side of the Chickahominy River. On the south side, you have the approach to Richmond, and on the north side, you have this White House side, as it's called, where McClellan is getting his supply from. So he's protecting his supply, but also if he's going to attack Richmond, he's got to cross his entire force across the Chickahominy River if he's going to commit to it. But McClellan is sort of hedging his bets. And he will write later in his memoir, his vindication, as these things tend to be, about why he decided to sort of hedge his bets a little bit. Because, as hindsight will later prove, if he would have thrown everything into an assault on Richmond, he might have carried the day and captured Richmond. Because what Robert E. Lee will do is he will split his force and sort of present McClellan with a choice. McClellan can attack this token force that Robert E. Lee will leave in defense of Richmond, or he can deal with this force that is going to come across the Chickahominy and attack McClellan. He's got a choice, but, McClellan's intelligence thus far has been notably pretty poor, and he hasn't been really willing to take any risks. He's been very conservative. McClellan will write about this decision later in his vindication. Remember, this is the sort of thing that a lot of generals will do in history is they will write in their memoirs sort of the whys and wherefores of what they did in past wars. And McClellan's memoir is no different. So he writes this about this decision to maintain this same setup. He writes, quote, "It may be asked why, after the concentration of our forces on the right bank of the Chickahominy, with a large part of the enemy drawn away from Richmond upon the opposite side, I did not, instead of striking for James River 15 miles below that place, at once march directly on Richmond." He's saying, why didn't we just go after this token force that Robert E. Lee leaves? McClellan continues, quote, "It will be remembered that at this juncture the enemy was on our rear, and there was every reason to believe he would sever our communications with the supply depot at the White House. We had on hand but a limited amount of rations, and if we advanced directly on Richmond, it would have required considerable time to carry the strong works around that place, during which our men would have been destitute of food. And even if Richmond had fallen before our arms, the enemy could still have occupied our supply communications between that place and the gunboats and turned the disaster into victory. If, on the other hand, McClellan writes, the enemy had concentrated all his forces at Richmond during the progress of our attack, and we had been defeated, we must, in all probability, have lost our trains before reaching the flotilla." End quote. Lee's plan for June 25th is to have 3 columns of Confederate infantry cross from the Richmond side of the Chickahominy to the White House side of the Chickahominy, and he's got 2 of these sections ready to go, and he's just waiting for Stonewall Jackson's foot cavalry to show up so that then they can cross the river and attack McClellan. But the problem is, Jackson's foot cavalry is nowhere to be found. They had stealthily moved about 100 miles from the Shenandoah Valley to participate in the offensive, and Lee had hoped that by having Jackson show up, that the Federals would move back because, you've got this reputation, right? McClellan is overly cautious. And Lee thinks that if Jackson just shows up, McClellan will pull back. The problem is Jackson doesn't show up. And you've got these two sections of Confederates just waiting, standing in position, and nothing's happened yet. It becomes afternoon. They're still waiting, haven't crossed, nothing's happened yet. And finally, Lee decides he can't wait any longer, and he sends about 40,000 men under A.P. Hill across the Chickahominy. McClellan's troops had set up some entrenched gun positions, and they have this little creek that's acting as a moat. So they're forcing the Confederates to have to cross this little creek and attack entrenched positions, which is something that Lee will do often. Remember, he's willing to take some risks. But what happens is the Federals will repulse several of these attacks. There's several really bloody attacks. The Confederates lose about 1,400 men, and then Jackson shows up late in the day. He's better late than never, right? He's here, but that means that by the end of the 25th, you have this inconclusive day of fighting. The Federals have pulled back a little bit, but they've entrenched, and now Jackson has arrived, and as predicted, McClellan is a little spooked because Jackson seems to show up out of nowhere on his flank. That night, Lee and Jackson meet, they brief, they figure out what they're going to do the next day. They decide that Jackson is going to move towards this place called Old Cold Harbor. Jackson employs a local guide to take him to the place, and they're like, okay, good, fist bumps, thumbs up. Let's get rolling here for day number 2. Problem is, on day number 2, the guide doesn't realize where he's taking Stonewall Jackson's brigade. He takes him to this place called New Cold Harbor, which is different from Old Cold Harbor. And Jackson, again, on the second day of this battle here, shows up late. Day number 2 takes place at a place called Gaines Mill, and Jackson will show up again late in the afternoon with his 20,000 men. And at one point, across a 2-mile stretch of the Battle of Gaines Mill, there's 95,000 men fighting, which is almost hard to put in perspective. I looked it up just to see how densely packed this would be, and 95,000 men across a continuous 2-mile line, it's just incredible. You can only, because humans take up about 2 to 3 feet of space in a deployed line, which means that across a 2-mile line, you've got 3,500 to 5,000 men along that front line, because that's all that can fit. Which means that for both sides, if you account for the total of 95,000, you've got somewhere between a densely packed morass of men, somewhere between 7 and 10 ranks deep. And there's no break unless you've got trees or some sort of a river thing or something happening. But just imagine, for a continuous 2-mile stretch, you have a continuous wall of humanity that is pressed together into this morass, and they're 7 to 10 ranks deep. A Confederate named Decimus et Ultimus Barziza described the fighting this way. And yes, I had to look this up because I was like, wait a minute, is that the guy's actual name, Decimus et Ultimus Barziza? Yes, his father was Italian, and they named their 10th son 10th and Final in Latin. So yes, Decimus et Ultimus Barziza is not a typo. That is his actual name. He is an Italian who emigrated. His father emigrated to Texas, and he takes part in the Battle of Gaines Mill, and he describes the assault this way, quote, "As we approached nearer, the storm of battle was borne to our ears with terrible distinctness. We moved on. Closer and closer we came to the dreadful scene of the strife. Now we are in range of their artillery, though they do not see us. Shells bursting above, around, before, and behind us, scattering their blazing fragments and sulphurous contents, remind me that we are in the tide of battle. Moving slowly along, now well within the range of the batteries, as a poor fellow's head is smashed right behind me, and his brains scattered on his comrades near him. We move on in a run, over ditches and marshes, swamps and fences, through open fields and thick woods, up and down hill, double quicking to the field of carnage, the harvest of death. Courier after courier arrives, urging us to hurry. Our forces were hard pressed. General Lee meets us and hurries us on as if the fate of mankind depended upon our coming. We get in striking distance of the bullets, are arranged in the order we are to go into battle. In the meantime, the tempest of the strife seemed to have been pouring out its utmost fury. The loud crashing sound of artillery, the peculiar roll of musketry, mingled with half-drowned words of command or the cries of pain some wounded soldier borne on by a bloody litter, filled the air with their terrific sounds. End quote. Gaines' Mill is brutal, brutal fighting, but it is a strategic victory for the Confederates because it forces McClellan to withdraw from the north side of the Chickahominy. And remember, all of his supply is on the north side. So by abandoning his supply lines, McClellan pretty much gives up any hope of being able to capture Richmond. McClellan will send a nasty letter to Secretary of War Edwin Stanton after he is forced to lose his supply line on the north side of the Chickahominy. And it's classic McClellan. If you've been paying attention to McClellan at any point, he sort of has a very similar tone that he will adopt for all of these misfortunes. And it is no different in this letter to Edwin Stanton after the loss at Gaines' Mill. It's not my fault, it's your fault sort of a tenor. This is what McClellan sends to Edwin Stanton. It is an all-timer. I mean, if you ever wanted to know what was George McClellan like, this is it. And I know you're not supposed to take people at their best or at their worst, but in situations where things go wrong, you sort of see the true colors of a man. And after Gaines' Mill, I think you get to see the true colors of George Brenton McClellan. Here's what he sends to Edwin Stanton, quote, "If we have lost the day, we have yet preserved our honor, and no one need blush for the Army of the Potomac. I have lost this battle because my force was too small. I again repeat," McClellan writes, "that I am not responsible for this, and I say it with the earnestness of a general who feels in his heart the loss of every brave man who has been needlessly sacrificed today. I still hope to retrieve our fortunes, but to do this the government must view the matter in the same earnest light that I do. You must send me very large reinforcements, and send them at once. I shall draw back to this side of the Chickahominy and think I can withdraw all our material. Please understand that in this battle we have lost nothing but men, and those the best we have. In addition to what I have already said, I only wish to say to the President that I think he is wrong in regarding me as ungenerous when I say that my force was too weak. I merely intimated a truth which today has been too plainly proved. If, at this instant, I could dispose of 10,000 fresh men, I could gain the victory tomorrow. I know that a few thousand more men would have changed this battle from a defeat to a victory. As it is, the government must not and cannot hold me responsible for the result. I feel, too, earnestly tonight. I have seen too many dead and wounded comrades to feel otherwise, that the government has not sustained this army. If you do not do so now, the game is lost." He then finishes off with a flourish. McClellan says, "If I save this army now, I tell you plainly that I owe no thanks to you or to any other persons in Washington. You have done your best to sacrifice this army." End quote. Perhaps if we're thinking of this as a legacy check, McClellan would still argue that you can't judge him against Lee because McClellan didn't fight with his full stacked deck. Lee had all the things he needed, right? McClellan, he was ill supplied. He put himself in a situation where he's on two sides of the Chickahominy, but that's neither here nor there. He's only got, remember, he writes, I think to Abraham Lincoln, that he's got 85,000 effectives. And Lincoln's like, what are you talking about? And I read there was this accounting, sort of a back of the hand math that McClellan does at one point, where he says right before the 7 days battles that he's got 174,000 men, but then he whittles it down and he says, I've only got about 85,000 effectives. And I've read it a few times and I still don't know where the math comes in because he's doing all these deductions. He's like, I can't use this, I can't use this, I can't use this. And I will be honest, I don't understand how he loses 90,000 men. I'm not sure where the math comes in. I've tried to figure it out. I think Lincoln tried to figure it out and Stanton tried to figure it out at the time, and they couldn't either. So, so maybe it's not just me. Maybe McClellan is doing some fairyland math that the rest of us just don't understand. But he's like, guys, I've only got 85,000 men, and everybody back in Washington's like, okay. They do try to send him 5,000 men immediately. Stanton sends the letter right before the one we just read, where he's like, we got 5,000 men coming, and then we got more coming from here and more coming from here. Just, hold on tight. And then McClellan just sends this tantrum. The response from Stanton is notably silent. That's one of those letters you just sort of take and then stash in a drawer and save that one for later. Save that one for the historians. McClellan will manage to move his supply, a bunch of wagons, thousands of wagons and men across this thing called the White Oak Swamp. And he will entrench quickly at this Malvern Hill place. He gets this horseshoe entrenchment, which Lee decides he's going to attack head on. It's very reminiscent of some of the later things that Lee will do. And it is, again, this three-pronged attack. And they're going to cross the White Oak Swamp and attack up Malvern Hill. And yet again, for the third time in as many days, Stonewall Jackson's troops are late. They don't cross the swamp. And so Malvern Hill turns into this bloodbath. It is nominally a federal victory. The Confederates perform admirably considering the circumstances, but they're driven back. Robert E. Lee doesn't get the chance to capitalize and turn this into, an overwhelming victory. It just is a strategic victory, broadly speaking, because McClellan loses the ability to attack Richmond. He forces him across the river, sort of saves his bacon, as it were. They do all this fighting to get across this swamp just to get up to the Malvern Hill. And there's something like 33,000 Confederates that get killed in this fighting. It's this artillery duel across the swamp, and then July 1st is the full-out assault on Malvern Hill. For the Confederates, there's a massive failure here because there's something like, I think I read, 49,000 Southern troops that don't actually get to take part in the fighting at this White Oak Swamp fighting part. And so Lee sort of loses the opportunity to capitalize. It then turns into this nasty fight at Malvern Hill, and the Confederates are unable to capitalize. Part of the reason is Stonewall Jackson, like we mentioned, just doesn't cross the river and take part. And Stonewall Jackson at the 7 Days Battles largely does nothing. He's pretty much ineffective. His foot cavalry, the only thing they really are able to do is force McClellan to pull back from one point to another, but they don't really engage in any meaningful way. And so Jackson, whose star has risen so high just before this with the Shenandoah campaign, after the 7 Days Battles, after the loss at Malvern Hill, all these Confederate generals are like, what happened? A week ago, you were nearly immortal. What happened that you're so ineffective now? General Edward Porter Alexander, he's a general of artillery in the Confederate Army. He will write about this, and he's doing the same thing. He's asking questions. He's trying to figure out why Jackson is so largely ineffective. He writes this about Jackson, quote, "For myself, I think that the one defect in General Jackson's character as a soldier was his religious belief. He believed with absolute faith in a personal God, watching all human events with a jealous eye to his own glory, ready to reward those people who made it their chief care and to punish those who forgot about it. And he specifically believed that a particular day had been set aside every week for the praise of this God, and that a personal account was strictly kept with every man as to how he kept this day, and that those who disregarded it needed to expect no favors, but that those who sacrificed all other considerations, however recklessly, to honoring him by its observance would be rewarded conspicuously. And I see in General Jackson's whole conduct during the 7 days a sort of faith that he had God on his side and he could trust to him for victory without overexerting himself and his men. End quote. He then quotes D.H. Hill, who was General Jackson's brother in law, about the lack of a crossing here across the White Oak Swamp. D.H. Hill writes about it, quote, "Our cavalry returned by the lower ford and pronounced it perfectly practicable for infantry," meaning infantry could cross there at the ford at the White Oak Swamp. He continues, "But Jackson did not advance. Why was this? It was the critical day for both commanders, but especially for McClellan. With consummate skill, he had crossed his vast train of 5,000 wagons and his immense parks of artillery safely over White Oak Swamp, but he was more exposed now than at any time in his flank march. 3 columns were converging on him, and a strong corps was pressing upon his rear. Escape seemed impossible for him, but he did escape. General Lee, through no fault in his plans, was to see his splendid prize slip through his hands." D.H. Hill then tries to give an explanation. He's trying to figure out exactly why Jackson didn't cross. He offers this. "This temporary eclipse of Jackson's genius was probably to be explained by physical causes. The labor of the previous days, the sleeplessness, the wear of gigantic cares with the drenching of the comfortless night had sunk the elasticity of his will and the quickness of his invention for the nonce below their wonted tension." End quote. June 29th is a Sunday. So, based on everything that we know about General Stonewall Jackson, we can imagine what he's doing on the 29th of June, a Sunday. He's praying. His men are not moving. There's this crossing that's supposed to happen between the battles of Gaines' Mill and Malvern Hill, where General Jackson's, and indeed the entire Confederate force, is supposed to cross this White Oak Swamp where McClellan has already crossed. He's brought his artillery across, he's brought his provisions across, and he's made for himself a really strong position on Malvern's Hill. The Confederate Army has to follow him across the swamp, and on the 29th of June, General Jackson's brigade does not cross the swamp. He doesn't do anything. And Edward Porter Alexander attributes it entirely to the fact that it's because of his peculiar religious proclivities that his brigade doesn't cross. He says it's exclusively because of that. Nobody else has any other reason. Nobody else can figure it out. So General Jackson comes to the field late, and then on the field of battle, he's got his forces, and part of those forces are General Wade Hampton's brigade. Wade Hampton is possibly the richest planter in the South at the beginning of the war. He becomes a general in the Confederate Army. If you want to see a picture of a fantastic beard, General Wade Hampton's your guy. One of the best beards of the Civil War, just saying. But there's this peculiar exchange between General Hampton and Jackson at the beginning of the Battle of Malvern Hill, where General Wade Hampton finds a path to where he can come up on the Federal flank. He can come around the hill where the Federals have arrayed all this artillery, and it's this great position. But General Wade Hampton says, if we can come around them, if we can find a path around them, we can come up behind them or on their flank or what have you, and we can turn the tide of the battle. Well, Wade Hampton finds this path across this little creek, and he goes to Thomas Jackson and he says, okay, we found this spot. And Jackson says, do you need a bridge? And Wade Hampton goes, well, I mean, we can build a bridge. We don't have to, but we can. And so Wade Hampton, as he relates it later to Edward Porter Alexander, he says, okay, we went and built the bridge. And then the story anecdote concludes this way, quote, Hampton soon finished it and came back to report it. General Jackson was seated on a log, his head down and cap over his eyes. When Hampton reported, General Jackson raised his head, looking under his cap brim, and said, General Hampton repeated about his having built the bridge, and General Jackson said, and assumed his first position. General Hampton waited for further remarks until the situation seemed awkward, and then went back to his brigade. End quote. So Jackson doesn't move to attack the entrenching positions at Malvern Hill, and the Federals get to this place where they have command of a field, and there's no real forest that obstructs their artillery sight lines, and they're able to fire down this hill at any troops that will have to charge up the hill. It is, as John Keegan will point out, one of two examples in the Civil War where federal troops will have command of the field with artillery. It's something that they don't have very often. It happens twice, at Malvern Hill and at Gettysburg. At Malvern Hill, McClellan is able to assemble 300 pieces of artillery on this hill that then they can fire downhill. And the only real way the Confederates can do anything about it is through an infantry attack. And what is artillery best at? Repelling infantry attacks when they have command of the field. But this, again, it's not something that happens very often. So it's this kind of anomalous situation where the Federals don't have to commit their entire infantry to the field because their artillery already can command the field. And the only way the Confederates can do anything about it, in the old world would be to send a cavalry attack, but they don't send a cavalry attack because General Lee is an infantry commander. He believes in maneuver. He believes in using his infantry as the backbone of all of his plans, and it comes to this place at Malvern Hill where infantry is not your best option. And so Confederate generals start asking questions because you've got to remember, too, there is almost this religious fervor about the fighting, and everybody believes that God is on their side. And you have West Point generals on both sides, and there's this sort of religious fervor and righteous fervor for everyone. And so when you're starting to ask questions about why didn't it work, you get these, snappy retorts. And Edward Porter Alexander is one of my favorites because he's not afraid to call out anybody, including General Lee. Robert E. Lee, at the climax of the Battle of Malvern Hill, is trying to find an alternate route. He's trying to figure out a way to bypass the hill because the artillery is so well set on top of Malvern's Hill that the only way out is through unless you can figure out a way around it. So at the height of the battle, General Lee is riding around scouting, trying to find a way around it. And Edward Porter Alexander says, part of being a commander is you've got to supervise that your orders are carried out the way that they're supposed to. And the question arises, why are we even attacking this position? Fitzjohn Porter writes about the position afterward, quote, "This new position with its elements of great strength was better adapted for a defensive battle than any with which we had been favored. The ground in front was sloping, and over it our infantry and artillery, themselves protected by crests and ridges, had clear sweep for their fire in all directions." End quote. In his autobiography, Edward Porter Alexander writes about that Fitzjohn Porter quote, and he says, "I don't think any military engineer can read this description of this ground without asking in surprise and almost in indignation how on God's earth it happened that our army was put to assault such a position." End quote. And you start to ask these very human questions about why would you attack a position that is so not suited to your purposes. And as you're going through the post-mortem and you're doing the detective work, you got to understand a few things about Robert E. Lee. First is that he is a believer through and through in the rifle. He believes that the infantry with the rifle is a very, very powerful combination indeed. And so you combine the rifle with what he believes about maneuver, which is why he and Stonewall Jackson are so tight, is they're both believers in infantry maneuver. So he believes infantry can take artillery positions, as we will see throughout General Lee's history, is he will often attack in places that maybe you shouldn't attack. He's got this daring and this tactical bravado, and it stems from this belief in the rifle. He thinks that rifle technology has progressed enough that at 300 yards, his infantry can send mini balls into the enemy, and he believes that an infantry charge is going to be very powerful. If you can just get through the artillery wave, the infantry's going to get the job done. This is a core belief. The other thing he believes, especially at Malvern Hill, is that McClellan is beaten. He just beat him a couple days ago, remember, at the Battle of Gaines' Mill, which is a disaster. But then McClellan refits, finds this great position at Malvern Hill, and generally attacks anyway because he believed McClellan's spirit has been broken at Gaines Mill and he just needs a good grand charge and he'll send him packing. There's also the stakes. As Edward Porter Alexander points out, the Confederacy has never been higher. And you could argue perhaps it will only be downhill from here. At the beginning of 1862, like we said at the top, things are going pretty well. But you have an opportunity right here to outright, potentially, theoretically, outright win the war. If you can capture McClellan's army here outside of Richmond, and you can checkmate this Army of the Potomac, this grand army that they've been spending months putting together. If you could do that, I mean, the possibilities politically are massive. Edward Porter Alexander writes this, quote, "The Confederacy at this moment," meaning at the Battle of Malvern Hill, "was about in its prime and had more men available than ever before or after. And think of the moral shock to the North of the destruction and capture of McClellan's entire army, and the immense material gain to us in guns, muskets, stores, etc." End quote. Alexander writes that there were several efforts to bring up Confederate artillery to counter the Federal artillery on top of Malvern Hill. All of these efforts were failures. And so Edward Porter Alexander blames almost exclusively. He gives General Lee some blame because he's off at the climax of the battle and he's not there to adjust as these attacks continue up the hill. But he blames it on General Jackson. And I've been trying to think about exactly why. He doesn't move on the Sabbath, so he's not in great position, and he has to come up late once the Battle of Malvern Hill kicks off. So he's late to the battlefield. There's that. That's, not great. You've got other Confederate generals that are already there, but it's also the stakes and it's expectations. General Jackson has changed Confederate expectations so much with his Shenandoah campaign that they now expect him to be that in all situations. But here at Malvern Hill, he is slow to come up to the field of battle. He doesn't really participate in the battle because he's late arriving to it because he observes the Sabbath. And it's this sort of a weird thing where because he observes the Sabbath, he's not effective, but it's also his observation of the Sabbath that at other points makes him such a good general, but it costs them here. And Edward Porter Alexander is extremely embittered by it because of the stakes, because of the perceived cost of losing. You had it all right there, right? I mean, imagine if you could have won the war. The same thing that's true for McClellan and his army is potentially true here for Robert E. Lee's army. They've turned the tide so much with these previous weeks fighting that they can now, theoretically, if they could capture McClellan's army and capture all the stores, the equipment, and then march on Washington, I mean, you're right back where you were a year ago with the first Battle of Manassas, where it's like, man, if we can just win right here, we can force them to come to the table. Imagine what we could do if we could force that. We can eventually, create this Confederacy that we've nominally created. We can win. The same thing is true for McClellan on the other side, but that ship has now sailed. The stakes are massive. And it all comes down to a quick turn here and there, and it's General Jackson's perhaps greatest strength that becomes his great weakness, and he is no real use in the Battle of Malvern Hill, and the Confederates try and charge up this hill in the face of artillery over and over again. And as you would imagine, when you've got artillery in this great position, it's no use. D.H. Hill writes about the fighting. He says, quote, "It wasn't war, it was murder," end quote. We've been treating this entire thing like we have this omniscient third-person point of view of it. Almost like it's a movie and we've got the camera just panning around. And if you can imagine, we're still in our movie and we pull back out from Virginia near Richmond, and we move back over on our giant map in our movie to Washington City, things aren't stopping there. You've got a lot of concurrent things happening while the stuff is happening in and around Richmond. We've got stuff happening in the West that we got to get to. We got stuff happening in Washington, D.C. that we got to get to. So if you can imagine for a moment, we're going to peel back out with our camera and move over, and we're going to go find our way to the second story of the White House, to Lincoln's office, where he's reckoning with the change that has happened in the war over a period of months. It's happened possibly without Lincoln even realizing it, without him instigating it, but now he gets to sort of take charge of it. It is a situation that the more you read about it, the more hazy and interesting it becomes. It is the situation regarding slavery in the Capitol. It's not something that Lincoln set out to change. Famously, there's the letter where he writes to newspaper editor Horace Greeley, where he says that if he could save the Union without freeing any slaves, he would. If freeing all slaves would save the Union, that's what he would do. But he positions his position to Horace Greeley as being one of saving the Union first, foremost, and only. We've got to save the Union come what may. And it's very difficult to read into it because, like we have said, I think in a previous episode we said this, Lincoln is a crafty political figure. And when you're reading Lincoln, you have to read Lincoln through that perspective as a crafty political figure. It's not going to always be straight up. In fact, there's many times when it's almost recommended that you read him as if there's something bubbling underneath the surface. Don't read him as if everything should be taken at face value, because it betrays his own interests as a man and makes his interests as the president of the United States pretty complicated. He's balancing a lot of things at once, and the added wrinkle is Abraham Lincoln's a lawyer. So he brings this litigious, lawyerly sort of approach to all of these things that he will do as the president. And he's looking for precedents. He's looking for legal avenues. Everything is very finely done and particular. And there's a lot of subtext to everything. So when you start saying things like, here's what Lincoln feels about this, here's what Lincoln feels about that, it's going to get really difficult to be precise. You're going to have to go at what is Lincoln trying to do with sort of an overarching generalization. And you don't say that as we can't find particulars, because we can find some particulars about what he thinks about things, but you kind of have to take it, observe it on the whole. Famously, abolitionist Frederick Douglass does this pretty well, because at different points on the issue of slavery, Douglass and Lincoln are bitter enemies. Douglass attacks Lincoln often in the press, in speeches, because Lincoln doesn't do things the way Frederick Douglass thinks he should. Take James Fremont, for an example. In the West, Fremont delivers this emancipation edict, and he does it as a military necessity, but he essentially says in the Department of the West, if Fremont finds any rebels with slaves, those slaves will be confiscated, because Fremont will argue those slaves are being used to perpetuate the Confederacy's war effort in the West. And he delivers a military proclamation that says all slaves are free. It's an emancipation edict. If we see any slaves with a Confederate, those slaves will be confiscated. But moreover, if you are a slave in this area, because we're fighting the Confederacy, you're free. The problem with that, the legal political problem with that for Abraham Lincoln, is that he feels on something as transcendent as an emancipation edict, it has to come from one place. It has to come from the executive in the White House. It has to come from the president. And there's several reasons for this. He believes that the president is the only one that can get it through the proper channels, Congress. He feels that something like this has to have unilateral support. The way this would work is even on an executive order or some sort of executive proclamation, Congress would have the chance to back it up or for them to say, no, we don't agree. And then if Congress doesn't agree, it gets repealed, at least if it's a law. As a military proclamation, he believes that the president can make military emergency proclamations, things like this. But if we're actually going to make a lasting change, it's got to find its way through Congress somehow. And he firmly believes this. And so early 1862, Lincoln is trying to figure out, okay, what are we going to do? What are we going to do about slavery? Because this was a thing that I didn't think we were going to have to really hammer down early on. It's all about union. It's all about returning the Confederacy to the Union and, slavery. At least this is how the North feels about it. Maybe not the abolitionists. They think it's existential from the get-go. But Lincoln, who is a little bit more of a centrist in the Republican Party, if you can imagine that, a radical party has a centrist figurehead. He thinks slavery is going to die out eventually. It is what we would consider a flawed belief. And Lincoln holds some pretty racist positions. He believes that blacks are inferior to whites. He wouldn't let his daughter marry a black man, kind of a thing. And these views are brought out in his debates with Stephen Douglas in 1858. So you've got these recent views that muddy the waters a little bit when you're trying to figure out how he feels about this whole thing. But in early 1862, after Fremont's proclamation, which he thinks Fremont can't make, Abraham Lincoln starts to make some inroads on emancipating slaves in the border states, in Tennessee, Kentucky, these places where loyalty for these states is paramount. You've got to keep them loyal because if you lose them to the Confederacy, things get really complicated in terms of making the war. You've already lost Virginia, and that was bad enough. But these border states are not so entrenched in the institution of slavery as the Deep South states are. They're a little bit more wishy-washy on it. They don't depend on it entirely for their state economy. They've got some other alternative methods for developing their state economy. And so they're less ideologically entrenched in the slavery camp. So he thinks there's some room to be made here, some inroads to be made with slavery in these border states. But in Lincoln's mind, it has to be done through the proper channels. And in March 1862, on March 6th, he gives you this first window in, or this first clue, that things are about to change a little bit on the slavery front in Washington. He delivers an address to Congress, or sends a letter to Congress, where he urges these border states to consider emancipation. Now, remember what we said about Lincoln, right? He's a lawyer. And so the particulars of this are particular. The opening of this message to Congress says this, quote, "Resolved that the United States ought to cooperate with any state which may adopt gradual abolishment of slavery, giving to each state pecuniary aid to be used by such state in its discretion to compensate for the inconveniences public and private produced by such change of system." End quote. Where previous pronouncements have been an order, this one is sort of a suggestion to Congress. He allows the states, at least nominally with this message, he allows the states to make the decision for themselves, which is pretty interesting because he's trying to get rid of slavery. He sees that slavery is important to this entire thing, but he also tries to make the change through the states. He tries to let the states make the decision for themselves. He even says in this message at the end, quote, "In the annual message last December, I thought it fit to say," now quoting himself, "the Union must be preserved, and hence all indispensable means must be employed. I said this not hastily, but deliberately. War has been made and continues to be an indispensable means to this end. A practical re-acknowledgement of the national authority would render the war unnecessary, and it would at once cease. If, however, resistance continues, the war must also continue, and it is impossible to foresee all the incidents which may attend and all the ruin which may follow it. Such as may seem indispensable or may obviously promise great efficiency toward ending the struggle must and will come. He then closes it out this. He wants to make sure that the states realize that this is a choice. This is not an executive order. This is not a tyrannical thing. He says this: the proposition now made, though an offer only, I hope it may be esteemed no offense to ask whether the pecuniary consideration tendered would not be of more value to the states and private persons concerned than are the institution and property in it in the present aspect of affairs. End quote. The proposal it receives initial pushback in Congress. Lincoln has a meeting in the White House with several representatives from these border states, and they're trying to ask clarifying questions. Thankfully, we have record of it. It's amazing that we have record of the meeting. But they're asking these probing questions like, okay, what happens to us if we say no? How far-reaching is this? Like, it's these tentative questions that are sort of trying to feel out what Lincoln wants. So, for example, one of the representatives from Missouri, he says that Missourians consider it an impermanent institution. Basically, that the natural causes for its demise are already there, namely soil. It- Everybody knows the political things going on, but the soil's sort of wearing out. Agrarianism is kind of dying as a whole thing in Missouri, but there's also the political considerations, the heat around it. All the natural causes are there, he says. So he thinks a proclamation like this is unnecessary. He's subscribing to the age-old idea now, this almost 90-year-old idea, I guess, that the institution will just die out on its own. A representative from Maryland says, okay, so what happens if we say no? What happens if we reject this in Congress? Are you going to do anything else? And then Lincoln says, remember, slippery figure, political guy. Lincoln replies, and I'm going to quote the quote from the papers of Abraham Lincoln. Quote, the president replied that he had no designs beyond the action of the states on this particular subject. He should lament their refusal to accept it, but he had no designs beyond their refusal of it. End quote. Then the representative from Maryland gives Lincoln a breadcrumb, which he will latch onto. Crisfield from Maryland says, I don't think the people of Maryland are as wedded to slavery as you might think. He says if there's some pecuniary aid, some money supplied to offset the loss, he thinks that Maryland would accept eventually. Perhaps not right now, but eventually I think Maryland would be amenable to it. Lincoln takes that one, stores it in his top hat, and saves that piece of information for later. And then these representatives say to the president, now again, quoting from the papers of Abraham Lincoln, quote, they did not like to be coerced into emancipation, either by the direct action of the government or by indirection, as through the emancipation of slaves in this district, meaning Washington City, or the confiscation of Southern property as now threatened. End quote. They then close out by saying, just keep us in the loop. If you're considering any further changes or any further recommendations or any sort of proclamations, just let us know. His March 6th memorandum will fail in Congress pretty vehemently. There's no love for it in Congress, and so he then returns to what Congressman Crisfield said, that Maryland wouldn't be all that mad if he provided compensation to slave owners. So in April, emancipation for the slaves in the District of Columbia passes through Congress, where slave owners will be compensated with $300 per slave, and Congress appropriates $1 million for emancipation. Remember, just a month ago, they said, hey, don't backdoor us on this one. Don't emancipate slaves in Washington City. A month later, slaves are emancipated in Washington City. It is the drumbeat, I suppose, that slavery is ending, and abolitionists throughout the North, starts sending letters down to senators, namely Henry Wilson, the senator sponsor of the bill to emancipate slavery in Washington, D.C. They start sending in letters, and they're basically saying, in essence, slavery is doomed. They see the writing on the wall, it's over. And while this is happening, Abraham Lincoln is starting to consider an alternative path. Even further from that, he starts considering a military edict emancipating slaves in the South. He will meet with his vice president at his retreat from the White House called the Soldiers' Home. He takes him to the Soldiers' Home, and he reads to him, Hannibal Hamlin, his vice president, he reads to him this proclamation that he's been considering. Hannibal Hamlin is an abolitionist from Maine, and Hannibal Hamlin will write later in his own autobiography, I had no notes. He says it was perfect. And then Lincoln says, well, give me a couple notes. He says, okay, I gave him a couple. But it's starting to be considered. And then at later, even than that, at the funeral for Edwin Stanton's son who passes away, Lincoln delivers or intimates to his cabinet members that he's considering an emancipation edict. And at different points, they have reservations about it, so he starts making a little bit of edits here and there, but it's in the air. Change is coming. And I think what is perhaps so interesting about this is trying to figure out if this was Lincoln's plan all along, or if he's playing cat and mouse with Congress. On the one hand, he'll say stuff like, I have no designs on slavery. I'm not going to take away your slaves. But then he backdoors people. And he does this a lot. He's a slippery political animal. He's a lawyer. He finds justifications here and there, and he just backdoors people. And it's so fascinating because Abraham Lincoln at different points will piss off everybody. He pisses off the abolitionists because he rejects John Fremont's Emancipation Edict. He says, nope, only the executive can do that. But then he goes and sort of backdoor. It's fascinating. It's what makes, to me, Lincoln such a interesting historical figure is because it's so difficult to figure out what he's thinking under the hood. And people have tried and people have failed to figure out exactly what he's thinking. You almost see him, I think we said this in a previous show, you see him through the lens of whatever bias you come to Lincoln with. If you view him as a tyrant, you're going to see a tyrant. If you view him as the great freedom fighter and emancipator, you're going to see him as the great freedom fighter and emancipator. He's got a little duality to him. Not every character in this drama is a slippery political figure, though. Not everybody approaches all of these issues with the lawyerly lens. Some men are pretty straightforward, easy to understand, and in some ways I think the character that is easy to understand is also easy to root for. You don't have the potential duplicity that ever leaks into the character that you're ever trying to figure out, okay, what do they think? And are they going to backstab me later? Are they going to double cross me later? You don't ever have to think about these sorts of things and have complicated questions about the individual's character later. Ulysses S. Grant is an example of a person who's perhaps too straight up, too trusting. He's a fantastic commander, though. It's just that nobody particularly knows it before the Civil War because he is, by all accounts, a round failure. He's not good at business. Remember, too trusting. In 1854, he leaves the military after serving in the Mexican War. There's broad disagreement about why he left in 1854. Was he asked to leave because he was a drunk? Did he leave of his own volition to pursue business? There's a broad consensus that says, and has said for a really long time, that he was an alcoholic and therefore he was drummed out of the military. People will also cite things like President Buchanan at the time was not a fan of Grant, and so they use that. But Buchanan's not really going to have much of a say, or he's not going to weigh in on some minor military comings and goings, and Grant isn't a major figure in the U.S. military when he drums out. There's no court martial. Grant will write in his personal memoirs, and he will say, I had never been intoxicated while in command. Basically, when I was supposed to be on the job, I was never drunk. This will be something that comes up later, so put a pin in that. He is reputedly somebody who drinks a pretty regular amount. All of this is important because this is occurring in a time when total abstinence is a huge social fad, I suppose. A lot of people have fathers or grandfathers that were alcoholics, and there's this huge social movement called teetotaling that gains major traction in the 1840s, 50s, and 60s. And so there's almost this sort of social prohibition against drinking. And it's this weird thing where you'll read some people talking about how it's just a total sin to drink at all. It's this Protestant ethic that kind of comes in. I was reading in a biography of John Rollins, Grant's chief of staff, and Rollins is a famous teetotaler, and his biographer's talking about this whole deal, and he's basically saying there's this belief at the time that the alcoholism of the father will sort of pass down to the son. And in a way, this is true because the reputation of the father at that time passes down to the son. So if you have a father that's an alcoholic, that father's reputation will sort of linger in the community, the broader community, and be passed down to the son. But there's also this sort of feeling that the alcoholism, the specific nature of the man's addiction to alcohol, will pass down to the son. And so there's almost this social feeling that alcoholism isn't just bad for you, it's bad for your children because they're going to inherit it. They're going to have to deal with your own personal demons that are going to get passed down. And science has disproved all of this, but it is this pervasive social feeling that it almost puts a taint on your entire family in the wider community. So you'll get this sort of situation where, especially in the North, if you want to put a feather in your cap in the communal standing, one thing you can do is just become a total abstinence kind of a guy, a teetotaler. Swear off alcohol in all of its forms, and you'll get a little bit of a social capital kickback for that. And Grant isn't. He'll drink socially, he'll drink episodically, is the word used, but he'll say things like, I was never drunk on duty. I was never drinking when I wasn't supposed to be. He will say, I drank responsibly, as the ads would say. But regardless, he gets out of the military in 1854, joins private life, and is a total failure. Nothing of note, loses some money, ends up at the dawn of the Civil War back at his father's leather business in Galena, Illinois, as a clerk. 39 years old, kids at home, his wife Julia at home with the kids, and he is a leather store clerk at his father's store. We have made it all the way back to where everything started. And the war offers him an opportunity to redeem all of that. Historian John Keegan and I have a love-hate relationship, not in the sense that he knows who I am at all. He has passed on, but John Keegan is a supreme Anglophile historian. And so reading him, sometimes I'll argue with him while I'm reading him just because of his supreme Anglophile-ness. He's also better on some conflicts than other conflicts. He's fairly good on the Civil War by and large. But one thing that John Keegan is he is sort of this old style of historian that writes these passages occasionally that is just romantic in nature, sort of like a Will Durant or somebody like that. You got a little bit of a Will Durant in the way that John Keegan writes occasionally, and a passage that he's got in his book, The Mask of Command, about U.S. Grant is just a wonderful description of what Grant is at the dawn of the Civil War. John Keegan in The Mask of Command writes, quote, in 1861, on the eve of the Civil War, Grant, aged 39 with 4 children at home and scarcely a penny in the bank, had made no mark on the world and looked unlikely to do so, Keegan writes. His Plymouth Rock ancestry, his specialist education, his military rank, which together must have ensured him a sheltered corner in the life of the old world, counted for nothing in the new. He lacked the essential quality to be what Jacques Barzun has called a booster, one of those bustling, bonhomous, penny-counting, chance-grabbing optimists who, whether in the frenetic commercial activity of the Atlantic coast, in the emergent industries of New England and Pennsylvania, or on the western moving frontier, were to make America's fortune. Grant, in his introspective and undemonstrative style, was a gentleman and crippled by that quality. End quote. April 1861 gives us an opportunity to talk about one of the weird things in the Civil War, at least when it first starts. All of the officers, most of them anyway, are elected by townspeople or by governors. So you get all of these random citizens or congresspeople or senators in some cases commanding units, companies, brigades. So it's really funny to see some of these primary sources where, let's say, for example, you have a lawyer who's been elected the colonel of a regiment or something, and he's, it's this volunteer regiment, and they're hanging out waiting for the call to arms, kind of a thing. And then he gets the call, and he's in the courtroom. There's several of those like that. He's in the courtroom. He just hands over his caseload to an associate. He goes home, puts on his uniform, shows up, and everybody is ready to rock and roll, and they start marching. It's very much the Minuteman sort of a thing, like the Paul Revere's Ride, the guys from Massachusetts who have the gun over the mantle sort of a deal. The Minuteman has evolved. Now the rifle is supplied by the government, the state governments, the uniforms, all the kit. So you get these wild situations where you get some very interesting uniforms. Nothing is uniform. Not until much later anyway, but there's some of these early uniforms that the state regiments and militias will have, and it's very Napoleonic. You've got top hats. You've got these bright blue coats, bright red coats perhaps. There's one unit called a Zouave, and they have incredibly colorful uniforms. They've got these longer coats. They've got these pretty wild hats. They're usually wearing these baggy red pants that sort of balloon out at the ankles. It was all a very improvised sort of a thing. A lot of men would join up at town gatherings. So they would have these big gatherings where, let's say in Grant's case, the Galena, Illinois, town meeting happens, and they'll read the proclamation from the state, or after Lincoln announces his proclamation asking for volunteers, they'll read the proclamation, and then you have a little bit of this communal sort of a thing where there's this long pause, and then people will step forward and volunteer, and then perhaps there's a little bit of a tidal wave after somebody volunteers. Soldier John Billings writes in his memoir called Hardtack and Coffee about this kind of a thing. He's from Massachusetts. He attends one of these meetings, and he writes about this moment when everybody gets together and joins up. He says, quote, "It needed only the first man to step forward, put down his name, be patted on the back, placed upon the platform, and cheered to the echo as the hero of the hour, when a second, a third, a fourth would follow. And at last, a perfect stampede set in to sign the enlistment roll, and a frenzy of enthusiasm would take possession of the meeting. The complete intoxication of such excitement, like intoxication from liquor, left some of its victims on the following day, especially if the fathers of families, with the sober second thought to wrestle with. But pride, that tyrannical master, rarely let them turn back." End quote. For officers, they were, like we said, usually appointed. And Grant, he travels around because he's a West Point man, so those are a dime a dozen. And if you had a degree from West Point, if you had fought in the Mexican War, you're almost guaranteed to get some sort of a command of some kind. And Grant, at 40, is writing around to different people asking for, hey, I'm a veteran of the Mexican War. I graduated from West Point. I've got this degree. Let me command a regiment. He'll write to a senator. The letter gets undelivered, so he's waiting forever. He goes to General McClellan's headquarters in Ohio, and he just lingers around hoping to be made a member of McClellan's staff. He's rejected there. Imagine the moment there where McClellan and Grant meet early on in the war before either knows what the other one is going to turn into. But McClellan rejects him. He returns to Galena, Illinois, writes the governor of Illinois, and the governor of Illinois grants him a colonelcy. He becomes a colonel of volunteers, and then in the course of the war is made a general. By the end of 1861, he's in command of several thousand troops. And after John Fremont's proclamation, things get a little weird in the Department of the West, mostly because General McClellan, George McClellan, is nominally in charge of all the armies, in the Union. But McClellan is way out east, so he doesn't have as much purview in the West as you might think, that he sort of will write letters here and there, and you can go in and you can see some of the letters written, but for the most part, it's very big stuff. It's like, who gets command of this, who gets command of that. Once you're in the West, there is almost this you're on your own kind of a thing, which is never more prevalent, I suppose, than when John Fremont is dismissed from his command in the West. Nathaniel Lyon gets killed in August 1861. John Fremont takes over, delivers his proclamation. There's all the drama and hoopla there. Lincoln removes him from command in November. And then Grant has been pining after he wants to attack. He is sort of this Lincolnian military idea. He and Lincoln agree here. He says, the enemy's over there, let's go attack him. So he and Lincoln are of like mind here. And he sees that there's, on the border of Ohio and Kentucky, there's a Confederate force, and he wants to go attack it. What ensues is the Battle of Belmont, which is a nominal Union victory, but it doesn't have any massive implications. And then soon after Fremont is removed, Henry Halleck is put in command over Grant. Grant is angling for more authority, but Henry Halleck is put in charge. And Halleck and Grant don't necessarily see eye to eye. Halleck is conservative. Grant is a little bit more liberal in his views about attacking. He's just like, hey, the enemy's over there, let's go get him. Henry Halleck is a man of the book, as they say. They call him a Jominian theorist, essentially meaning he's got some Napoleonic ideas. Jomini is a French military theorist, and he's sort of the foremost military theorist while all of this is going on. You've got Clausewitz, you've got Jomini. They kind of formulate the primary military thinking at the time. Henry Halleck had written the book on troops and maneuver and all this stuff, and so they call him Old Brains. But Old Brains is very conservative, and U.S. Grant is not. So they don't necessarily see eye to eye, but in January 1862, Grant is told to make some demonstrations around Columbus, Ohio, basically to prevent Confederate forces from linking up. In the process of making these demonstrations, he gets intelligence that changes everything. There's a fort along the Tennessee River called Fort McHenry. He realizes if he can take Fort McHenry, he can command the Tennessee River up and down. And then there's another fort a few miles away called Fort Donelson on the Cumberland River. And it follows that if you command these two forts, you have command of the rivers, and therefore you have command of supply and linkage up and down these rivers. You can prevent the Confederacy from linking up between Tennessee, Kentucky, and Alabama. You can essentially, if everything goes well, cut the Confederacy in half and prevent them from really doing anything significant in this entire area. All you got to do is command these two strategic points. The first domino to fall is Fort McHenry. So Grant fires off a telegram to Halleck, and he says, there's Confederates at Fort McHenry. It's not going to be difficult to take. Let's go take it. Halleck will write back to him that, yeah, go take it. Fort McHenry, or Henry, as it's called, is poorly defended. It's commanded by a man named General Lloyd Tilghman, He says he's got about 3,400 men, and he writes later that they are mostly raw regiments armed with shotguns and hunting rifles. McClellan's got some gunboats commanded by a General Foote, and the gunboats essentially level Fort McHenry. They force the garrison inside the fort to flee. It's all done in the matter of hours. Grant captures Fort McHenry, telegrams to Halleck, and he says, "We've got Henry. Now we're going to go after the other fort, now on the Cumberland River, Fort Donelson. This one is going to be a little bit more of a scrap." It is commanded by now Confederate General John Floyd. If you recall from the first episode, we talked a little bit about Floyd. He was the Secretary of War under Buchanan. He was that Secretary of War that was accused of corruption, sending military material down south to Southern federal forts that were then captured. The Buchanan administration gets a bad rap for many reasons. John Floyd's one of them, and he's now commanding Fort Donelson for the Confederacy. Fort Donelson's in a much better spot than Henry was. Fort Henry was in a vulnerable spot where the river had command of the fort, so gunboats could come up. It's an old fort. Gunboats can come up and just fire into the fort. They can get a pretty broad view from your gunboats, and, it's just not a great defensive position. Donelson's a little bit different. It's got these sloping works that slope up, so you sort of command this broad field of fire, which, as we've talked about, is a pretty great advantage for artillery. You don't get this very often, but you've got it at Donelson, so it requires a pretty intense attack to take Donelson if you're going to take it. And John Floyd is pretty confident in his position at Donelson because he doesn't contest Grant's advance towards Donelson. He just says, "Okay, come up to my doorstep. We're going to kick you right off of it as soon as you get here." Historian Alan Ottens, in his biography of Grant's Chief of Staff John Rawlins, writes about the advance, quote, "Floyd seemed content to let Grant be the attacker, which played right into the latter's hand. On the 13th, Grant deployed 2 divisions in an investing semicircle around the west, with the Cumberland River enveloping Donelson on the east. McClernand's division made up the right with C.F. Smith's on the left. During the day, Confederate artillery bothered the men on the Union right, and McClernand, ill-advisedly flexing his combat muscle, sent forward a brigade to silence the guns. He did so without authorization from headquarters. Their assault up a steep rise and into an abatis was repulsed with heavy loss." End quote. There's an anecdote after the first day of the fighting that just sort of makes you like Grant as a person. You get these anecdotes, and it's tough to know exactly how true they are, but they play into this larger image of the man. There's 2 injured men coming back to the rear, and Grant is riding with his Chief of Staff Rawlins, and he sees the 2 men, calls out to him. He says, "Men, you seem disfigured. You been hunting bear?" And then the 2 men reply, "We got him treed, General." They laughed. "We'll bring him down tomorrow." One man's got an injured arm, and he says back to Grant, he says, "You see, General, I couldn't load my gun, but I could shoot with my right hand. So Jack and me, we got behind a big stump below them cannon over on the point of that there hill, and he loaded both guns, and I kept shooting. Every time a Reb would start to load a cannon, I'd fire, and the fellow would drop. And I kept that cannon cool all afternoon." Then Grant replies, and you can imagine the smile on his face. He says, "You didn't hurt anyone, did you?" When the soldier saw Rawlins crack a smile, he caught on and said, "Why, General, I don't know. I reckon I just scared them and they fainted." End quote. That night at headquarters after the first day's fighting, a Confederate soldier is captured and brought to Grant's headquarters with some information. He says that there's 2 Confederate armies coming up to relieve Donelson. He says that General Polk is coming with 20,000 men, and General Albert Sidney Johnston is coming with another 20,000 men. Instantly, Grant's Chief of Staff is suspicious. The rest of the staff is a little optimistic. It's like, oh, maybe we should take this on board. But Grant's Chief of Staff, Rawlins, thinks maybe he's lying. Maybe this is the age-old example of somebody who's home alone, the wife home alone, and somebody's knocking on the door, and she says, "My husband's going to be home soon." That's sort of what it seems. Historian Alan Ottens, in his biography of John Rawlins, writes about the moment, quote, "Rawlins' legal nose smelled something fishy. This deserter was planting disinformation to convince Grant to withdraw. While the rebel recounted this story to Grant, Rollins and Chief of Staff Webster concocted their own plan to feed him false information and then let him escape. Rollins scripted and choreographed it to perfection. The deserter was put in an adjoining room, placed under guard, and told he was under arrest as a spy. Rollins returned to the other room to attend to duties, but he left open the connecting door. After an interval of suitable length, the announcement of an important incoming dispatch interrupted Rollins' clerical work. The spy and his guard heard the staff erupt in exuberant exclamations that turned into cheers as Rollins read the news in his loud voice. Sherman had just captured Columbus and Polk's entire army. 30 minutes later, more, quote, news arrived. General Buell was on the way with 25,000 men, and 15,000 more were expected from Cairo and St. Louis. Now that the spy was fortified, he needed to be sprung. Webster ordered the guard to move the prisoner outdoors on the pretext that the interrogation room was needed. An hour or so later, Rollins called the guard outside for a moment, allowing the spy to bolt. A few desultory rounds fired into the darkness added to the realism. End quote. That night, Grant sends the now famous telegraph exchange to General Buckner where he says, "I propose to move on your works." The victory at Donelson is sort of a feeding frenzy for all of these federal generals that are trying to advance themselves. Maybe chief among these is Henry Halleck. Halleck immediately will take credit for the victories at Forts Henry and Donelson, and he'll start sending telegraphs back to Washington where he's like, I want to be the general-in-chief of the West. He says, make Buell and Grant major generals, make Pope a major general, and give me the West. Grant moves to secure the city of Nashville, which is mostly deserted at this point, and Halleck is sending orders down the Tennessee River to Grant via telegraph wires. But the orders that Halleck is sending Grant and then the responses that Grant is sending Halleck are not making it to one another. And neither one of them is fully aware that their orders and reports are not making it to their intended destinations. And so Grant goes up to Nashville and secures the city and is just hanging out, having a grand old time, regrouping, whereas Halleck wanted Grant to go back to Fort Henry, launch an expedition against Confederate supply up and down the Tennessee River. But Grant doesn't do this. So when Halleck realizes where Grant is, he's in Nashville, he freaks out. Halleck telegrams General McClellan where he says that I haven't been able to communicate with Grant for a week. It's bad to censure a general who's just won a battle, but, what's going on, essentially? He's complaining to his superiors, and then a couple days later, he sends another message to McClellan. This time, he says this, quote, a rumor has just reached me that since the taking of Fort Donelson, General Grant has resumed his former bad habits. If so, it will account for his neglect of my often repeated orders, end quote. What's he referring to there? He's referring to the alcohol abuse, this rumor that has dogged Grant since he left the Army in the 1850s. So the McClellan fires back a response. He says, well, if he's causing you problems, arrest him, put somebody else in charge. But then it compounds. It gets even worse. A letter reaches Halleck's headquarters from an Illinois judge named David Davis, who forwards an anonymous letter to Halleck claiming that Grant misappropriated food supplies after the capture of Fort Donelson. So you have a couple different things going on here. You've got this notion, perhaps, that Grant has been drinking, and Halleck is a little bit of a control freak, and there's this possibility that he's, not taking care of supplies the way he's supposed to. Halleck loses his mind. And immediately, Grant and his staff are trying to figure out why the orders are not making it to Halleck. They're telegraphing them every day. John Rollins will write that he's with Grant every day, and every night Grant sends his status update to Henry Halleck. But Halleck isn't getting them. And eventually, at least in Grant's memoirs, he will put forward the idea that there's a Confederate sympathizer who's capturing orders and making off with them. Either way, there's a communication breakdown between Halleck and Grant, which will soon get mollified, but it gets mollified because Halleck gets the promotion he's been pining for. And once he gets promoted and is given the Department of the West, he sort of lets everything slide. He's like, okay, good show, guys. I got the promotion I wanted. Everybody be at ease. But Grant still has this feeling like everybody's out to get him. His detractors have been sending anonymous notes a couple times about him drinking. It made it into Congress at one point. Elihu Wishburne, the representative from Illinois, is sending messages back to Grant's command like, what is this about Grant drinking? People have been defending his quote unquote drinking habit for months now. This is an ongoing thing. But Grant keeps winning battles. He is, to this point in the war, the most successful Union general in the war, and he feels like he's not getting any credit for the success. Now, he gets a little bit. He gets a commendation from Congress. He gets promoted to major general. But there is this sort of cultural divide that he's got to deal with, these social mores that he's not necessarily living up to with these rumors that he's drinking. He almost has to prove that they're wrong more than once. He's got to do the whole beyond a shadow of a doubt thing. And it's funny because his staff will write that it's like, oh, no, he's not drinking at all. But then if you read John Keegan's Mask of Command, he's got a moment in there where he talks about the fact that Grant's staff were referred to as all drinking anyway. And again, it's all about these social standards, I suppose, where once the rumor mill gets spinning, it's really difficult to make it stop spinning. And it doesn't help, at least in this case, it doesn't help that Grant's staff are all buddies from Galena, Illinois. So Keegan will even write in his book, Mask of Command, that, Grant might have done himself a better service if he would have just gone beyond Galena's main street in order to build his command staff. But Grant went and got men that he trusted, and it plays out in a way where you think Grant might have been onto something because it seems that every turn he's getting sniped by his detractors. And so he makes his inner circle even more insular the more that the war goes on. By the beginning of 1862, he's starting to constrict that net. It revolves around just a couple of different men. The army gathers at this place called Pittsburgh Landing, and the orders from up top, from Halleck, are that Grant is going to wait for General Don Carlos Buell. Buell and Grant are going to meet at Pittsburgh Landing. It's going to be this staging ground. And then from there, they're going to attack Albert Sidney Johnston's Confederates. Johnston and Beauregard are also doing a meetup. So it's a situation where it's going to be the biggest campaign in the West so far. Grant has this whole notion about how this should go. He's famous for his military maxim that says you find the enemy and then you go at him, essentially. Buell is a little bit more of a disciplinarian. He's a little bit more conservative in the way that Halleck is. Halleck is very much a survey the ground, figure out where everything is. But what's so interesting about that approach is that intelligence in the Civil War is notoriously spotty. I mean, we've talked about McClellan not having any accurate numbers for the Confederates. He's plagued by that notion. He never will have accurate numbers, at least not numbers that he acts on or believes. So his intelligence is notoriously spotty. And Grant as well doesn't have picture perfect intelligence. You have to sort of jump before you look sometimes with some of these battles. Grant gets word that General Beauregard has moved, and so he leaves. He's headquartered at Savannah, which is a whole point of controversy because he's not with the army when the actual battle at Shiloh starts. He's at Savannah, so he hops on a steamship, comes down the river to Pittsburgh Landing, where Buell has already arrived. And as he's leaving Savannah, he hears the sounds of battle and he thinks, okay, well, I guess the battle started. And he gets in a lot of hot water later because of a couple choices he makes at the beginning of the battle. The first is that he's not with the army when the battle starts. The second is that he didn't have his men entrench themselves in their position at Pittsburgh Landing or around Pittsburgh Landing. He thinks that because of these streams on the Army's flanks, he's got this area where it forces the Confederates to attack in a 2-mile wide spot. So it sort of funnels the Confederates into this place where he knows where the attack is going to come from because of the terrain. And so he doesn't have his men entrench themselves because he just, he knows where it's going to come from. Even still, he's going to get a lot of flack later because of how this battle will go, where he doesn't have his men entrench. Congress is like, that could have been helpful. And Grant says this, quote, "The troops needed discipline and drill more than they did experience with the pick, shovel, and axe. Reinforcements were arriving almost daily, composed of troops who had been hastily thrown together into companies and regiments, fragments of incomplete organizations. The men and officers strangers to each other." End quote. So he prefers drill. He prefers organization to having his men dig in before the battle. Now, all of this stuff is a hindsight 2020 sort of a thing. So you can't have any, real opinions on it because it's tough to know. It's tough to put yourself in the fog of war moment when you don't know any of these things. Obviously, Grant doesn't know before the battle starts, what sort of battle he's going to get. These kind of things develop in the moment. And hindsight being 2020, if you were to go ask him and, put some truth serum in Grant's veins right after the battle and ask him, hey, should you have had your men dig in? He might have said, it might have been nice if we entrenched a little bit before the battle. It might have helped things, but he's not going to say that. So in his memoirs, he tells the readers, his detractors, whoever they may be, that he valued drill above entrenchments, it's one of those throwaway lines. You can sort of take it or leave it, whatever floats your boat. But regardless, Grant's army is not entrenched. And so when Beauregard attacks on the morning of April 6th, 1862, it is a little bit of okay, we're under attack, sound the alarm, figure things out, and we'll rally. There's a little bit of this rallying moment where it is a offensive, defensive, but it's a defensive first. We got to figure out where the enemy is and then go find him and get him. Grant arrives at Pittsburgh Landing at 8 a.m. He then writes to Buell's contingent, but he isn't sure if Buell's actually commanding this force of men that's coming to reinforce Grant. But regardless, he writes to whoever's in charge of Buell's men, it's Buell, saying that he thinks the Confederates have 100,000 men and they're attacking him at Pittsburgh Landing. So by 11:30, a dispatch reaches Lew Wallace's division, where Lew Wallace is in charge of finding the enemy's flank and attacking. As Alan Ottens writes, quote, "So begins one of the most confusing episodes in the entire Civil War," end quote. What happens is Lew Wallace gets lost. How often is this part of Civil War battles, right? Stonewall Jackson got lost in the 7 Days battles. Lew Wallace gets lost at the Battle of Shiloh. This is now becoming a theme, right? Generals aren't sure. There's miscommunication. In this case, there's miscommunication with the order, and therefore Lew Wallace doesn't go where he's supposed to go. Alan Ottens spells it out for us. He writes this, quote, "Wallace was instructed to march with his division up the river and into the field on the right of our line as rapidly as possible. Another report says that the order called for Wallace to, quote, move up immediately by the river road and take a position on our right. Lew Wallace provided his own almost verbatim recollection of the order, now quoting Wallace, quote, you will leave a sufficient force at Crump's Landing to guard the public property there. With the rest of the division, march and form junction with the right of the army. Form line of battle at right angles with the river and be governed by circumstances," end quote. The sequence of events is basically this. Grant gives the order to a guy named Baxter. Baxter gets on a boat to go find Lew Wallace, and while Baxter is on the boat, he picks up a piece of paper off the ground and hastily scribbles down what he remembers Grant telling him. He then goes to find Lew Wallace, and it's a multi-mile journey. He picks up a spare horse on the way, gives it to Lew Wallace, and Lew Wallace afterwards says that the order was like this hastily scribbled thing and it had a boot mark on it, which kind of raises this question of, well, how accurate is Lew Wallace's understanding of the order? And there's immediate confusion about what is the river road, or where exactly is Wallace supposed to go? Because Wallace maintains that he isn't sure that he's supposed to take the river road, but Grant's version of events tells him to take the river road. So, in essence, what happens is Lew Wallace, in this entire series of events, thinks that the choice of road he is to take to join the battle is up to him. Whereas Grant has told him exactly what road to take. Lew Wallace somehow in that miscommunication thinks it's up to him. And he will ask Baxter before Baxter goes back to Grant's headquarters, how's the battle going? And Baxter tells him, we're repulsing the enemy, which at this point in the battle is completely wrong. So Wallace, thinking he has the choice of which road to use, has two options. The river road, the one that Grant wants him to take, but then there's this other one called the Shunpike, which, according to Wallace's reconnaissance, is a better road. It's in better condition. So Wallace opts to use the Shunpike, theoretically thinking also that if the battle's going well and Sherman's division is being pushed back a little bit, that he will be able to join the division in its slight rear and then be able to join the battle almost immediately. But according to Alan Ottens, the issues just begin here. He writes, quote, "Unfortunately, he never communicated this intent to Grant. On the other hand, Grant assumed that the river road was the preferable route between Crump's and Pittsburgh Landing, but he never shared his assumption with Wallace. This failure in communication spawned considerable confusion and led Grant and Rawlins to believe that Wallace must have been lost when his division was later discovered on the Shunpike." End quote. An hour after Baxter delivers his message to Lew Wallace, Grant sends another message to Wallace, urging him to speed up. He says, "Don't spare horses. Hurry up." The actual fighting at the Battle of Pittsburgh Landing or Shiloh, it's the first time, we've talked about this Civil War. We've spent all these hours talking about all of these different moments in the war. April 6th, 1862 is the first moment when it starts to look like the Civil War. And it is a shocking moment because, we have the benefit of hindsight where we can go back and say, well, this is what a Civil War battle is like. You get accustomed to it over the years of the Civil War, sort of morphing into this total war that we understand and the military people are all familiar with. But at the beginning of the war, you almost can't stress enough how unused to it all of these soldiers are. And you also got to remember they're all volunteers, and most of them, or a good number of them, have just shown up. Now, Buell's forces are unblooded. Grant's are not. They've already fought in the nasty fighting at the Battle of Fort Donelson. So they're a little bit used to it, but even still, this is a whole different beast than Donelson was. Donelson was rough. Shiloh is a completely different animal. One private, Wilbur Crummer, writes about the beginning of the Battle of Shiloh, and it is striking, especially because the things that he notices, when you're reading some of these memoirs and diaries afterwards, is that these soldiers give excess detail to the things that they've never seen before. And so these moments that Wilbur Crummer will write about where, people are dying and it's all this, it's not meant to be sort of this gratuitous recounting of the battle. It's just pointing out how all of these soldiers are seeing things they've never experienced before. And they're pointing out these things in their accountings of the battle. And so it just sort of goes to show how startling this whole thing was. Crummer writes about hearing the first sign of gunfire, but not seeing the enemy in front of him. So there's this commotion and confusion all along the line right where he is, and people are debating, where's the enemy? Then they hear the long roll, that rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat, which is the drums telling them, get ready, things are about to happen, but you can't see anything. You just have woods all around you and trees. And then he writes about the Confederates appearing out of the woods. Quote, now out of the forest in front marched the gray line of battle, 4 columns deep, with arms at a right shoulder shift. On the columns march without a break in their ranks, carrying a flag which appears to be the Stars and Stripes. When they get near enough for our soldiers to open fire on them, we begin to get uneasy and want to commence firing. The men in the ranks realize that the first volley is needed now to check the oncoming foe. He talks about one of his comrades, Jim, turning to another one. Jim was one of the nervous fellows and said to Will, "What does it mean? Why don't our officers give the command to fire?" And then Will's like, "Don't fire until they tell you to." But even Will believed we were making a mistake in not firing now that the enemy was in range. Crummer continues, quote, the strain for those few minutes becomes too intense. A few of the men commence to shoot without orders when an officer rushes down the line shouting, "Cease firing! Those are our troops!" 2 or 3 of the men in Will's companies who had no fear of an officer and who now at this supreme moment seemed to know more than their officers had been firing, among them Jim, who answered the officer, "The hell they are!" Wilbur Crummer continues. 5 minutes of terrible suspense with that gray line advancing nearer and nearer. Then suddenly a most destructive volley of musketry was poured into our ranks, and our men fell like autumn leaves. Did we wait for orders to return fire? No. Every man opened fire, loading and discharging his gun as rapidly as possible. The roar of musketry from either side being terrific. The underbrush is mowed down by bullets. Men are shot in several places in the body in a moment. The dead lie where they fall, and the wounded drag themselves to the rear. Our rapid firing has now checked the onward march of the enemy in our immediate front, but the regiment and battery upon our right were not so fortunate, and with unearthly yells the enemy charged the battery. The gunners fight like heroes, manning their guns until bayoneted. The regiment that supported this battery failed to stand up to the rack, and when the charge was made, beat a retreat too soon. Our right flank was now about to be turned by the enemy, and the order was given to fall back a short distance. We fell back about 200 yards, and the lines were again formed. At this first engagement of the day, we left a large number of our boys to sleep their last sleep. Again, the battle was on, and the terrible work of destruction went on all along the line. The streaming shells and whizzing bullets carried death and wounds wherever they went. The line of battle stretched for a distance of 2 miles and raged with fury the entire length, the enemy massing their forces at certain points and pushing the Union troops back, then attempting to flank the regiment to the right or left. Such were the tactics used by Generals Johnston and Beauregard, and they were well managed indeed. End quote. Private Sam Watkins was a member of the Army of Tennessee, and he was part of that first attack on Sunday morning. And he writes about his experience on the opposite side of things as Wilbur Crummer. He writes about that Sunday morning, quote, the air was full of balls and deadly missiles. The Litter Corps was carrying off the dying and wounded. We could hear the shout of the charge and the incessant roar of the guns, the rattle of musketry, and knew that the contending forces were engaged in a breast-to-breast struggle. But cheering news continued to come back. Everyone who passed would be hailed with, "Well, what's the news from the front?" And the response would come, "Well, boys, we are driving them. We've captured all their encampments, everything they had, and all their provisions and army stores, and everything." Watkins continues, quote, I had heard and read of battlefields, seen pictures of battlefields, of horses and men, of cannons and wagons, all jumbled together, while the ground was strewn with dead and dying and wounded. But I must confess that I never realized the pomp and circumstance of the thing called glorious war until I saw this. Men were lying in every conceivable position, the dead lying with their eyes wide open, the wounded begging piteously for help, and some waving their hats and shouting to us to go forward. It all seemed to me a dream. I seemed to be in a sort of a haze when sizz, zizz, zizz, the mini balls from the Yankee line began to whistle around our ears, and I thought of the Irishman when he said, "Sure enough, those fellows are shooting bullets." He continues, down would drop first one fellow, and then another, either killed or wounded when we were ordered to charge bayonets. I had been feeling mean all morning as if I'd stolen a sheep, but when the order to charge was given, I got happy. I felt happier than a fella does when he professes religion at a big Methodist camp meeting. I shouted. It was fun then. Everybody looked happy. We were crowding them. One more charge, then their lines waver and break. They retreat in wild confusion. We were jubilant. We were triumphant. Officers could not curb the men to keep in line. Discharge after discharge was poured into the retreating line. The Federal dead and wounded covered the ground. End quote. As they're attacking forward with bayonets fixed, Sam Watkins says that he sees this collection of aides and brigadiers around Albert Sidney Johnston, and he doesn't pay much attention to it and keeps marching on. But then when they push through the Union lines and they capture their encampments, this order comes down the line. It tells them to stop. And he says that everybody's confused because they've pushed the Federals back, they've pushed the Union troops back, and they're like, well, why don't we just keep going? That's because Albert Sidney Johnston had been killed. Though the Confederates wouldn't tell the troops, and the troops wouldn't learn about the fact that Sidney Johnston had been killed until after the battle. But General Beauregard takes over command of the army, and he sort of just keeps it a secret because he's afraid that if the army knows that General Johnston has been killed, that they'll either refuse to fight or they'll fight so poorly, that the battle will be lost. So Beauregard takes over, and in the confusion, they tell the Confederates to stop their attack. This whole time, Grant has been urging Lew Wallace to join the fight, and Lew Wallace has been moving too slowly or coolly, as General Rollins will say later. He's trying to keep his brigade in battle formation, essentially. So he's moving slower than he otherwise would if he just told them to go double time or go quick or something like that. And because Lew Wallace thinks that at any moment he's going to get into a fight, and so he wants to stay in battle order so that if the fight happens at any moment, he's ready for it. The drawback of moving quicker is that you could get surprised and then routed quickly, so he stays in battle order, but he moves too slow, and it's not until like 5 o'clock that evening that he even gets to a point where he's useful. And by 5 o'clock that evening, Beauregard has had enough time to sort of reform, figure out where everybody is after Johnston's been killed, and launch a final attack on Sunday, April 6th. Alan Ottens narrates it this way, quote, "After taking precious time to reorganize, Beauregard launched a fierce attack against the last line of Union defense, 2,000 yards in length that stretched out from the river up a slope and along a ridge. Anchoring this line were Union infantry and dozens of pieces of artillery put in place by Colonel Webster. Backing up Webster were the naval guns of the Tyler and Lexington. A furious Confederate assault led by Braxton Bragg was met by a hailstorm of shot and shell and finished off by the infantry's musket fire. On seeing that exposure to the cannonade would result in senseless casualties, Beauregard called off Bragg. With the Federal line intact but pressed almost to the Tennessee River, the last Confederate assault repulsed, and dusk settling over the combatants, Grant's hoped-for help was arriving. Buell's divisions were coming over the river, and Wallace's stray division tramped onto Pittsburgh Landing. Then rain began falling." End quote. Wilbur Crummer would write about that night that he was haunted for years later by the sound of the wounded begging out in the rain in the open fields for water. Grant's aides come up to him after this first day at the end of Sunday, and they ask him, "Okay, should we retreat?" Grant's reply was, "Retreat? No. I propose to attack at daylight and whip them." End quote. The next morning, the Federals did take the initiative. They now had reinforcements from General Buell, and they also had Lew Wallace's forces now in the field this time, ready to go. The fighting on April 7th is this back and forth all-day affair, but eventually the Confederates are worn out. They're beaten back. They run out of ammunition. And people start to notice that Albert Sidney Johnston is nowhere to be found because he's dead. General Beauregard calls a retreat by the end of the second day's fighting. The Confederates retreat to Corinth, and Grant lets them do it. He puts together a token force to pursue them, but this token force ends up not doing all that much because Grant thinks that the battle is over and they'll regroup and then they'll pursue Corinth afterwards. The initial response to the battle is one of adulation, of excitement, because it's the first major battle that the Union can claim to have won. They take the field, but they take the field with massive casualties. The Union's casualties were about 13,000 men killed, wounded, or missing. The Confederates lost about 10,000. Regardless, those 23,000 casualties, those combined American casualties, were as many combat casualties as the Americans had lost in the American Revolution, the War of 1812, and the Mexican War combined. The American continent lost as many killed, wounded, or missing in 2 days fighting as they had in almost 100 years. It is a staggering number. And by Civil War standards, it's not even as nasty as it will get. But at the moment, for that time, people aren't used to this sort of a fighting. They're used to gentlemanly warfare where just a few people die and then you sort of make nice and go on with your life. And there's a correspondent named Whitelaw Reid who writes a 19,000 word expose on the battle. And he starts pointing out all of these moments where things could have gone differently. The forces could have entrenched. General Sherman doesn't entrench at all and is pushed back. Lew Wallace doesn't even show up the entire first day's fighting. And Grant was in Savannah. So there's all of these questions about, like, well, why didn't we know any of this stuff was about to happen? Why weren't we more prepared? And there's letters that filter into Congress where people are denouncing Grant, noticing how stark the casualties are and how nasty it all is. And people are like, we could have done things to prevent it. It didn't have to be so bad. There's a moment where Pennsylvania State Senator Alexander McClure is sitting in Lincoln's White House office, and they're both sitting before the fire. Lincoln's got his legs propped up on the mantle. There is this sort of slow pause as McClure broaches the topic of Grant. The outcry after Shiloh has sort of grown. It's gotten this drumbeat, and it has steadily grown to the point now that Alexander McClure starts asking questions about, okay, what do we do with Grant? McClure says there's this overwhelming cry from all of the loyal people of the land that Grant must go. And there's this long pause where the fire's crackling. Lincoln is sitting there pondering the question. And then he finally says, I can't spare this man. He fights. So while Grant is the man who does the fighting, Henry Halleck is the one who's benefiting from Grant's fighting at this point in the war. Halleck is such an interesting figure. He gets overlooked a little bit. Unless you're a Civil War junkie, then you know a little bit about Halleck. He obviously has written all of this military history. He's a strategy aficionado. He has translated Jomini. He's written his own treatises on Jomini's strategy handbook, essentially. And he is called Old Brains by a lot of the soldiers. He's a smart guy. He's a theoretical guy. He's come up in the academy. And after the Peninsular Campaign sort of fizzles out and McClellan retreats back to Washington, the 7 days battles are over. And after Shiloh, Halleck is made general-in-chief of all the Union armies in the field. And then McClellan, Grant, and John Pope are major generals. Now, Grant is pretty much in charge of the Western Theater, and Halleck sort of moves into this Eastern Theater because that's the important theater. That's where Washington is. That's where Lincoln is. That's where all the attention is at this point in the war. And the thing with Halleck is, in reading some of these dispatches and kind of the way that this post-Peninsular Campaign Eastern Theater is managed, he seems to me a hearty father, but like the passive kind of father that just doesn't want to adjudicate, when the two kids are fighting. He's the sort of a dad that when the two kids are fighting with one another, he just sort of says, make nice, and then kind of assumes that they make nice. He says, apologize to your sister, and then kind of turns around and goes to do what he's doing instead of being a little bit more hands-on. This is important because John Pope and McClellan don't like each other all that much because these generals are divas. They're like wide receivers in the NFL. What are the two things that wide receivers want in the NFL? They want their money and they want the football. What are the two things generals want in a war? They want adulation and they want adulation. You know, General Patton famously said, all generals are prima donnas. Well, in this case, that's true. Pope has come into the Eastern Theater from the Western Theater, and he supposedly says at one point in a meeting or in the public and the newspapers pick it up. Either way, he says that he has seen the backs of all of his enemies. Sort of a subtle dig at the Army of the Potomac because they haven't been winning all of their battles. And John Pope is like, well, I've been winning all my battles. I only see the back of my enemies. They all run away. And McClellan, of course, because he is, as Patton says, a prima donna, he takes offense at that comment, doesn't like Pope all that much, considers him a loudmouth. And so you have sort of the kids are fighting kind of a thing. And Henry Halleck, his general approach is to say, hey, kids, stop fighting. But then he turns around and he starts playing, phone games, which is not necessarily to say that Halleck is a neglectful father, but he is, as Lincoln will say, a glorified clerk. He likes to sort of dictate how things are going to go, but he's not as hands-on. He's not a get your fingers in the dirt and adjudicate all of these little squabbles. And, he's not a strong managerial kind of a character. He'll send his dispatches and expect his men to follow his orders. And then if they don't, he kind of just throws his hands up. So there's moments where there's the Committee on the Conduct of the War, and they are interviewing generals often after these battles that invariably go wrong for this, that, or the other reason. And Halleck's general response is he goes, well, I told McClellan to do this. Well, I told Pope to do that. And instead of taking control of the situation and being like, well, there's this and this and this and this, he approaches it very similarly. He's a deflector, which is not to say that any of these others aren't. But I mean, McClellan is a grade A deflector, one of the better deflectors I've ever seen. It's not my fault. It's somebody else's fault. Just a absolute king deflecting blame to other people. However, Halleck is nominally in charge of things after the Peninsular Campaign fizzles out. And while Lee is thinking about what to do next, the buck stops with Henry Halleck. Then the spotlight turns on General Pope, sort of at the same time as Robert E. Lee's gaze, like the eye of Sauron, turns onto Pope. And Lee dispatches Stonewall Jackson in an attempted flanking maneuver, which then takes Stonewall Jackson back to where all of this started at the Manassas Railroad Junction. It seems that Pope hasn't learned anything from the Shenandoah campaign of just a few weeks before, because Stonewall Jackson's brigade is up to its old tricks. The foot cavalry gets things going again. They march 36 miles in 54 hours, and they show up in Pope's rear at Manassas, where he has placed his supply depot, where he has his base of operations, and it creates immediate, catastrophic potential opportunities here, because what Jackson will try to do and what Lee hopes he will do is he will come out of the woods behind Pope and attack just at the same time that Lee attacks Pope in Pope's front. But the Union troops at this second Battle of Manassas, it is a much nastier battle than the first Battle of Manassas, but the Union troops fight much better this time. The second Battle of Manassas is also quite a bit larger in scale than the first one. There's roughly 70,000 Union troops, and then roughly 55,000 Confederates. And because of these numbers, as John Keegan writes, it should have gone differently than it ended up. Keegan writes about the Second Battle of Bull Run or Manassas, whichever one you want to call it, quote, their numbers were so large, meaning the Union's numbers, their numbers were so large that Second Bull Run should have been a clear-cut Union victory. That it was not was McClellan's fault. He had a dislike of Pope, and in a fit of pettiness, which did the Union cause serious disservice, refused to go to Pope's assistance. End quote. Pope had been basically saying to anybody who would listen that McClellan was incompetent. The 7 days battles were a failure because McClellan couldn't commit to the fight. And supposedly, there's no telling if this is true or not. It may be apocryphal. But there's a moment where Pope is having dinner with Secretary of the Treasury Salmon Chase, and Pope will say that you won't have any of these issues that you've got with McClellan. You won't have any of these issues with me. He urges Lincoln at one point to dismiss McClellan. I mean, this is fighting like cats and dogs. And they had different styles, too. There's a General Order number 5 that supposedly comes from Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, but at the time it is understood that this, in substance, is an order from Pope, which allows the army to subsist off of the country, meaning it gives them license to steal. This is in contrast with how McClellan fought the war, and McClellan had this very gentlemanly idea of the war. He disagreed entirely with the concept of total war. He still believed very much in the Napoleonic gentlemanly style of warfare, and Pope thought that the only way to really win was you had to break the Confederacy's will to fight. In order to break the Confederacy's will to fight, you deal harshly with civilians. Supposedly, Robert E. Lee, when hearing about General Order number 5, told Stonewall Jackson, quote, "I want Pope to be suppressed." He continues, "The course indicated in his orders, if the newspapers report them correctly, cannot be permitted." And then he said to Jackson, "I want to enable you," saying this to Jackson supposedly, "I want you to drive, if not destroy, the miscreant Pope," end quote. McClellan had issued an order to his army at Alexandria, essentially countermanding Pope's order. He says, and this is everything good about McClellan, right? McClellan issued an order that said this, quote, "We will strike square in the teeth all of Pope's infamous orders and give directly the reverse instructions to my army. Forbid all pillaging and stealing and take the highest Christian ground for the conduct of the war. Let the government gainsay it if they dare," end quote. So these two don't like each other very much. And when McClellan hears that Stonewall Jackson's army is stalking Pope up near Manassas, he allows himself to grin a little bit. McClellan wrote about what Pope was in for facing Jackson, quote, "The paltry young man," meaning Pope, "who wanted to teach me the art of war would be in retreat or whipped. He will begin to learn the value of entrenchments, lines of communication and of retreat, bases of supply, etc." End quote. He also wrote to his wife that he thought that Pope was about to get thrashed, which sets up for a very interesting situation with the government because you're supposed to all be on the same team, right? But as we know, generals are prima donnas, and in his private correspondence, which, by the way, he does not put in his autobiography later, which I find interesting. This is the sort of letter that seems pretty damning at the time because Lincoln will accuse him of treating Pope badly here, but he will write his wife, quote, "I have a strong idea that Pope will be thrashed during the coming week and very badly whipped. He will be and ought to be. Such a villain as he is ought to bring defeat upon any cause that employs him," end quote. Makes for a pretty fishy situation that McClellan is stepping into with his Army of the Potomac as he's supposed to go help Pope's Army of Virginia at Manassas. Pope's 70,000 will lose at the Second Battle of Manassas. But what's funny is, all generals are prima donnas, right? Pope is writing back to Washington in the wake of Second Manassas that everything's fine, I have it under control, we're retreating nice and orderly. And Lincoln orders a colonel to go up and review the situation, mostly on McClellan's urging, which is, great. McClellan says, you should probably send somebody up there just to see how everything's going. McClellan is telling people in Washington that he thinks it's probably going badly, that Pope is worse off than he's letting on. So a colonel goes up there, reviews the situation, comes back to Washington and says, McClellan was right. Things are not looking good up here. Pope's army is a mess. Halleck writes to McClellan telling him to join up with Pope's forces. And McClellan comes away from that telegram with the impression that he is going to be in command of all of the forces again once he joins up with Pope's forces. But he's not quick to join Pope. He slow-foots it here. And he receives a telegram on August 21st, 1862, that things are not going very well for Pope still. And he writes to his wife, quote, "I believe I have triumphed. Just received a telegram from Halleck stating that Pope and Burnside are hard-pressed, urging me to push forward reinforcements and to come myself as soon as I possibly can." McClellan doesn't think this is going to get out in public. He is dancing on the graves, as it were, but also he has been lambasted in the press so much because of the 7 Days battles, because of the situation after his failed Peninsular campaign, and he's had enough of it. You can see it here. You almost just read the anger between the lines. He writes to his wife, Ellen, quote, "Now they're in trouble. They seem to want the Quaker, the procrastinator, the coward, and the traitor," end quote. On August 24th, McClellan moves up to this place where he's supposed to rendezvous with Pope, and he's still waiting to figure out what's going on specifically. He just knows, generally speaking, Pope is probably retreating, but he doesn't know specifics about the nature of that retreat. But he writes in a private letter to his wife on the morning of August 24th that he fancies that Pope is in retreat. Specifically, he uses the word fancy there, so you sort of get okay, he's a little bit excited about this. And you wonder, does he want Pope to lose so that he can take over and save the day? In the substance of the letter, it's sort of a gray area where you're unsure. But he writes to his wife, quote, "I don't see how I can remain in the service if placed under Pope. It would be too great a disgrace, and I can hardly think that Halleck would permit it to be offered me." Then he says in a separate letter, sort of an addendum to the 9 a.m. letter that he sends his wife, he adds an addendum at 12:15, where he says this, quote, "I have not one word yet from Washington, and I am quietly waiting here for something to turn up. I presume they are discussing me now to see whether they can get along without me. They will suffer a terrible defeat if the present state of affairs continues. I know that with God's help, I can save them." End quote. I do love the way McClellan writes a letter. He is the sort of a guy who wears his emotions on his sleeve. He's aristocratic, even though he doesn't come from an aristocratic background. His dad is a doctor. And there is so much pride, and yet he's such an interesting character. And the way that he writes about the situation when he writes from Alexandria after arriving, he surveys the situation and then writes this to his wife. And it is, I mean, we've read a lot of McClellan's letters in this conversation, and by now we all have a pretty good idea of how he looks at the world, how he writes about military affairs, and it's just great. But he writes this August 29th to his wife, quote, "I have a terrible task on my hands now, perfect imbecility to correct, no means to act with, no authority yet determined, if possible, to save the country and the capital. I find the soldiers all clinging to me, and yet I'm not permitted to go to the post of danger. I have just telegraphed very plainly to the President and Halleck what I think ought to be done. I expect merely a contemptuous silence. I am heartsick with the folly of ignorance I see around me. God grant that I may never pass through such a scene again." End quote. On September 1st, McClellan meets with Halleck, and Halleck tells him that he's going to take control of the defenses of Washington. And then September 2nd, Halleck delivers an official order where McClellan is given command of all the forces around Washington. And McClellan sets to doing what he does best, preparation, fixing the organizational structure of the defenses of Washington, reorganizing the army after Pope's failure at Second Manassas. And then he turns his attention on Lee, who after Second Manassas does, as John Keegan says, what he should have done from the beginning. He goes into Maryland. Now, I personally have an affinity for some of these older style historians like a Keegan to an extent, but also Will Durant, some of these historians that used to write in the 1950s and 60s. that just had a way of describing the history that's so attractive. And another one of these, believe it or not, is Winston Churchill. And I think we talked about him in part one of this conversation. But he summarizes in that sort of old style. And in his book about the Civil War, he writes a history called The History of the English-Speaking Peoples. The Civil War is talked about in the Great Democracies. And it's worth noting that Winston Churchill probably has a healthy admiration for McClellan because Churchill is himself an aristocrat. He comes from nobility, and he perfectly subscribes to the great man theory of history. So he is trying to find these great figures in history, and he's trying to highlight their stories. And so between the lines, you kind of get the sense that Churchill really admires McClellan's comportment, the way that he basically handles his business. Even though he hasn't been especially successful thus far, the way that he organizes, the way that he handles the politicians. You know, Churchill ascribes sort of a good and evil, and this is all under the hood. This isn't overtly obvious, but it can be seen and interpreted between the lines, if you will, that Churchill sees the politicians and the media as the bad guys, and McClellan is the good guy, the good general, just trying to do his job. And you can also read into Churchill's own experience in this because I think he sees himself sort of as the rogue guy that's off trying to be a genius, and the politicians are holding him back, the media is holding him back, and he says, just let me do my thing. I think he sees a little bit of himself in McClellan. So he writes about McClellan after the Battle of Second Manassas, quote, "The Washington politicians in their hour of panic had clung to McClellan, but they did not mean to sink with him. He was originally given orders only to defend the Washington fortifications. However, on his own responsibility, or so he later claimed, quoting McClellan, with a rope around his neck, he took charge of his old army, quitted the Washington defenses, and set out after Lee, whom he outnumbered by 2-1. McClellan's account of this episode is widely contested, for in fact Lincoln discussed with him the Army's movement into Maryland and verbally gave him command of the forces in the field as well as around the capital. McClellan's political prejudices may well have colored his memory. He had reason to feel aggrieved. His innumerable critics in high places never ceased to harry him. Their attitude to the commander in the field at this juncture was dishonoring to them." End quote. From Lee's perspective, he realizes that the only real way forward is to invade the North, and so he turns his army after Manassas towards Maryland. Historian James McPherson, in his book Battle Cry of Freedom, narrates the situation this way, quote, "Men and horses were worn down by the relentless marching and fighting of the past 10 weeks. He's referring to the Shenandoah campaign and the 7 days battles. McPherson continues, quote, "Their uniforms were rags. Some of them lacked shoes. The safe course was to pull back towards Richmond and rest and refit. But Lee was not the man to choose the safe course. Though weary, his army was flushed with victory, and the enemy was unnerved by defeat. Lee sensed that this was the North's low water mark. At the very least, Lee could cut the B&O Railroad and, if things went well, burn the Pennsylvania Railroad bridge over the Susquehanna at Harrisburg, thereby severing Washington's main links with the West. A successful invasion," McPherson writes, "might induce the European powers to recognize Confederate nationhood. It might also encourage peace Democrats in the upcoming Northern elections." End quote. The first thing Lee has to handle is a threat to his supply line at Harper's Ferry. There's about 12,000 Union troops there, but Lee thinks that if he can handle those 12,000, he is free and clear to push all the way into Pennsylvania, possibly. So he tasks Old Blue Eyes, Thomas Jackson, Stonewall Jackson, with going down Harper's Ferry and cleaning up shop there, and then rejoining Lee's larger force and moving into Maryland and then into Pennsylvania towards eventually the B&O Railroad and the Pennsylvania Railroad, if they can make it that far. Lee draws all of this up the dispensation for all of his different brigades and divisions. He draws it up on an order dated September 9th called Special Order 191. Lee also has a special meeting with all of his brigade and division commanders where he basically has them say back to him where they're going to go, what they're going to do, and he crosses all of his T's, dots all of his I's, and he also is now aware that McClellan has been put in command of Union forces, which is a whole nother aside because McClellan at this point knows that he's been given command of the troops around Washington's defenses, as Winston Churchill puts it, but he hasn't necessarily been given command to take those defenses or those troops in those defenses and then go into the field, but that's a whole other situation. But Lee knows that McClellan is now his adversary, and so he thinks that if he can move quickly, he'll be okay because he knows McClellan is cautious, but he knows he's capable. So planning is of the utmost. One of these commanders is Stonewall Jackson's brother-in-law, Harvey Hill, and Stonewall Jackson sent or forwarded the dispatch, Special Order 191, to his brother-in-law, Harvey Hill, and one of Harvey Hill's staff officers kept the order as a souvenir, wrapped up a couple of cigars in the order, put the order in an envelope, and stashed it in his coat. When McClellan's forces move into Frederick, Maryland, there's a regiment, the 27th Indiana Regiment, are moving through this wide field and they encounter an abandoned Confederate camp. And a couple privates in the 27th Indiana sit down, stack their guns, and take a break. One of them sees on the ground in the grasses an envelope. He opens it up. He sees the cigars, gets really excited, but then he also sees this formal-looking piece of paper. They take the piece of paper to their commanding officer, who runs it up the flagpole, and then they start to see aides running around and buzzing in the camp. They said that in 3/4 of an hour, they saw orderlies and staff officers running in every direction. McClellan must have thought that his luck up to this point couldn't get any worse, and now everything has sort of changed in a moment, in a lightning strike. He knows exactly where Lee's armies are. He knows where everybody is. He knows where Lee's going, who he's got with him. He knows everything. He's so excited, so exultant about this fateful discovery that he writes, "Here is a paper with which if I cannot whip Bobby Lee, I'll be willing to go home." How ironic is it that perhaps the best intelligence moment of the entire war happens because of pure dumb luck? McClellan has been trusting Alan Pinkerton, the detective, this entire war so far, and in both major campaigns, in the Peninsular Campaign and then now in the build-up to Antietam. He has been inflating Confederate numbers nearly double. At this point, Robert E. Lee has about 50,000 men. McClellan thinks he's got 110,000. Despite having this order, this Special Order 191, he still thinks Lee has about 100,000 men. He still is inflating the numbers, despite having the divisions and brigades, spelled out for him. But how ironic is it that sort of in this lightning strike moment where there's been fog, McClellan hasn't known what's happening around him, and he's slowly inching forward, playing the cautious general, and now he knows everything, and he speeds up. It is the kind of a moment that historians have to apologize for, because if you write this into a novel, your readers are going to complain. They're going to be like, wait a minute. He gets to read the answers on the answer key? Yes. A pro-Confederate sympathizer, though, witnesses, at some point in the process, witnesses McClellan receive Special Order 191, and he rides hard to Cavalry Commander Jeb Stuart's camp, tells Jeb Stuart, things have taken a turn here. McClellan knows the battle plan. Stuart sends a messenger to Robert E. Lee, who immediately pulls back past this place called South Mountain. There's a couple skirmishes, and everything settles at this place called Sharpsburg if you're a Confederate, and Antietam Creek if you're a Federal. The buildup for this is, if we can do the tail of the tape, McClellan thinks that he can salvage everything here at Antietam Creek. And Robert E. Lee thinks that if he can break McClellan here, there's nothing stopping him from pushing up into Pennsylvania and then turning towards Philadelphia, coming back down to Baltimore, or turning on Washington, D.C. In the buildup to this campaign, he tells one of his adjutants that he can have his pick of the litter of those three main cities, and he can end the war and bring it to a negotiation. On the flip side, McClellan thinks if he can break Lee's army here, the inverse will also be true. If he can break the army, it will bring the Confederacy to the negotiating table and end the war. So the stakes here are massive in a classically Western war sort of a way. Famously, Western wars, up until modern war, in a lot of ways, has been a situation where definitive battles decide the war. You think about the ancient Athenians and, the Greek coalitions that they win at Salamis and Marathon. These majorly definitive battles that turn the Persians back, or Alexander, who, wins at Gaugamela and the Issus. These massively definitive battles. He doesn't have to fight 30, 40 battles to decide the war. The Romans, they fight to a battle. The battle decides the war. Antietam is, in a war that has a ton of battles, Antietam is a hinge point moment where both commanders think that they're about to fight their Salamis, their Marathon. In the end, McClellan has about 87,000 troops to commit to the fight. Lee has between 45 and 50,000, and Lee's 45 and 50,000 are these raw-boned veterans of the Shenandoah campaign, of Second Manassas, of the 7 Days. And it's worth noting that this style of fighting, the Civil War warfare that we've talked about that soldiers have to learn while fighting the war, by this point, there's been enough fighting that these soldiers have it drilled into them. They know what this is. This is something that John Keegan calls old world fighting, which says that soldiers have to pack together. They have to be shoulder to shoulder in order for the rifle to do its deadly work. And you're going to have moments where you have 3 ranks deep, and the second rank is going to deafen the first rank, and the first rank is often going to be destroyed. And all fighting defies human nature, but this really defies human nature because you don't get face to face with your enemy. It'll happen occasionally, but for the most part, you're firing at a faceless, nameless blob in front of you, often obscured by smoke, but you know it's there. And coming right back at you are these nameless, faceless bullets. And you don't see the man that's shooting at you often, but you have to stand there anyway. And you have to stand there while cannon's exploding, canister is exploding, bullets are flying around your head, and the people around you are getting mutilated as you stand there. And you don't know where your death is going to come from, but you know that it's coming. And oftentimes, especially when you've got veterans that have fought in several of these conflicts, you get to a point where you almost resign yourself to the fact that you might die. And that changes you as a human being just getting to that point. What does it do to you to think, I could die today? In fact, it might be likely. A lot of these battles, you're getting 30% casualties, which is just astronomical. And at Antietam, the Confederacy is going to be at a point where many brigades and divisions are going to be at 50%. McClellan's downfall at Antietam is what it has been this entire time. It's that he gets his ducks in a row. He's outnumbers the Confederates 2-1, doesn't realize it though, because he thinks that there's unnamed legions coming to Lee's aid. And so he sort of staggers his attacks. They don't come all at once. If they would have come en masse at all at one time, theoretically, he could have driven Lee from the field, but he doesn't. They come in staggered waves. And so what Lee does is he just rotates brigades and divisions around so that he can withstand the different onslaughts as they come. He sort of plays whack-a-mole with them and survives. The battle comes to this point where you've got these wide fields separated by a road with a fence. It's a sunken road, and it turns into this place where the fighting is absolutely nasty. There's nasty fighting on the wings, but in the middle, in the center, at this bloody lane, as it's called, thousands of men will die. And you can even go and find photos afterwards of all just lines of bodies in this sunken lane, to the point that if you were to try and walk across the lane, you wouldn't be able to walk anywhere without stepping on a corpse. After the fight, a Northern soldier wrote about this sort of moment where you get the chance to get at the enemy, and he says that everybody says we were all excited because we get a chance to get at it. But it's not all it's cracked up to be, he says. The soldier writes, quote, "We heard all through the war that the army was eager to be led against the enemy. It must have been so, for truthful correspondents said so, and editors confirmed it. But when you came to hunt for this particular itch, it was always the next regiment that had it. The truth is, when bullets are whacking against tree trunks and solid shot are cracking skulls like eggshells, the consuming passion in the breast of the average man is to get out of the way. Between the physical fear of going forward and the moral fear of turning back, there's a predicament of exceptional awkwardness." But then when that order came forward, James McPherson writes, his regiment, this soldier's regiment, did not falter. Now quoting the soldier again, quote, "In a second, the air was full of the hiss of bullets and the hurtle of grape shot. The mental strain was so great that I saw at that moment the singular effect mentioned, I think, in the life of Goethe in a similar occasion. The whole landscape for an instant turned slightly red." End quote. A correspondent named Charles Coffin was at the battle, and he writes about the fighting in the center at this road called the Bloody Lane. He says this, quote, "The Union troops advanced in front of the road when up rose the first rebel line. The fence became a line of flame and smoke. The cornfield beyond, on higher ground, was a sheet of fire. With a rush and a cheer, the men in blue moved up to the fence, plowed through and through by the batteries above, cut and gashed by the leaden hail, thrust the muzzles of their guns into the faces of the rebels, and fired. The first rebel line was nearly annihilated, and the dead lying beneath the tasseled corn were almost as many as the golden ears upon the stalks. Visiting the spot when the contest was over, I judged from a little counting that 1,000 of the enemy's dead were in the road in the adjoining field. A shell had thrown 7 into one heap, some on their faces, some on their backs, fallen as a handful of straws would fall when dropped upon the ground. But not they alone suffered. The bloody tide which had surged through all the morning between the ridges above, along the right, had flowed over the hill at this noontide hour. The yellow soil became crimson. The russet corn leaves turned to red, as if autumn had put on in a moment her richest glory. How costly! 5,000 men, I think I do not exaggerate, wounded and dead, lay along that pathway and in the adjoining field." End quote. By the end of the day, there's 23,000 casualties. The same amount of casualties that were accrued in 2 days at Shiloh, when the fighting was so nasty that Grant was almost dismissed on the spot because it was so nasty. Antietam will get there in 1 day's fighting, as if we're having a little bit of a race, right? See who can get to the nastiest single day fighting. Who can get there first? Well, Antietam takes the cake. It is the bloodiest day in American history. More men will die at Antietam than died at D-Day. In fact, 4 times more men will die at Antietam. It is more casualties in 1 day. And we said this same thing before with Shiloh, but it's the same number. It's just they did it quicker. More men will die in this 1 day than had died in 100 years of military history leading up to this. It's more casualties, battle casualties, than the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, and the Mexican War combined, and it happens in a single 24-hour period. And perhaps even worse, the result of the battle is inconclusive. Robert E. Lee withdraws from the field, but he doesn't withdraw across the Potomac River. He sets his forces for another go at it, potentially on September 18th, which he is praised for, by the way, because it shows that he's still willing to go at it. He's got about 30,000 men left fit for battle, and he still draws up his forces on the Maryland side of the Potomac in case McClellan wants to go at it again. McClellan doesn't. McClellan has had enough. He thinks he has done enough to push Lee back across the Potomac to save Maryland, prevent a northern invasion, and he has. But it is not the conclusive victory that everybody's hoping for, even though it is nominally a victory. McClellan has the field, but it could have been better, especially since you have the answers to the test, right? He still doesn't get to capitalize fully on the moment. There's two major developments that come out of the Battle of Antietam. The first is that it solidifies for Lincoln's government in their minds that McClellan is never going to win for them a crushing victory, as Winston Churchill puts it. He's never going to just sweep the Confederates from the field. And remember, there is still this feeling in the back of everybody's head that one good day they'll just sweep the Confederates from the field, and it's just going to be, you've got these ideas of a thimbles full of blood, despite the fact that we've gotten far beyond that so far. You still have this superiority complex where it's like, why can't we just crush them? Not realizing the scope and scale of how this thing has gone so far, and the fact that Robert E. Lee is a great general. He's holding his end of the bargain, and the federal government just thinks that they need somebody of Lee's caliber. The problem is, as Winfield Scott could have told them, Robert E. Lee's don't grow on trees. The federal government has had enough of McClellan. They also think he is potentially going to be a threat to the Republican Party in the next elections. They think that if anybody is going to challenge Lincoln, it's going to be McClellan because he's so popular with the Army. And so you have these two competing jealousies, which Lincoln can't claim, by the way. He's sort of separate from this because he is so, I don't even know the correct word for it, but he's not possessed of these same jealousies that the Senate, the cabinet are. But the Republican Party as a whole views McClellan as a threat, and they don't view him as a battlefield commander, as a battle winner. And so McClellan is dismissed from his post as Major General, and he will not command any more troops in the Civil War. Winston Churchill, remember, a sympathetic view of things, perhaps, writes about it like this, quote, "There was almost a mutiny in the Union Army when McClellan's dismissal was known. He himself acted with perfect propriety and used all of his influence to place his successor in the saddle. He was never employed again. Thus, the general, who, as Lee after the war told his youngest son, was by far the best of his opponents, disappeared from command. No one can be blind to McClellan's limitations," Churchill writes, "but he was learning continually from his collisions with Lee and Jackson. His removal," Churchill writes, "was a wrong done to the Union Army, which never gave its love to any other leader." End quote. It does open up a fascinating counterfactual because McClellan never does win that decisive battle, but at the same time, the thing that almost can't be discounted is the fact that his army would have done anything for him. How much of a factor is that in a general's tool belt, I suppose? How valuable is that? Because he is, as Churchill says, the most beloved general the Union Army has until Grant takes over all command of Union forces in 1864. And even when Grant takes over, he's not quite as beloved as McClellan. McClellan has this thing where anytime he rides through somewhere, the troops stop what they're doing, toss their hats, and this sort of a thing. And Grant doesn't quite get that treatment. And it's not because Grant was just more willing to let his soldiers die. There is a little bit of this Napoleon bravado that McClellan brings to the table that nobody else quite has. He is kind of this old world aristocratic general that inspires something in his troops, and it's something that's kind of unknowable, unquantifiable. He's a child of the Enlightenment. He wants gentlemanly warfare to win the day, but total war is what's coming. And he sort of views himself in his memoirs as the guy standing in the gap against total war, but total war's coming whether he wants it or not. Especially because this war is becoming a war that means something else than when it started. Because when this war started, it was a gentlemanly squabble. At least that's how McClellan saw it. He thought that if we could just whip the rebels into shape a little bit, smack them around a little, defeat them in the field, they would come back into the Union and all would be square. But the war is much nastier than that. It means much more than that. And the government in Washington makes it mean something more than that when, after Antietam, Lincoln releases what he will call his Emancipation Proclamation. Remember, he's tried this in Congress. He's tried to get the border states to adopt this notion for themselves. But he also, at the same time, has realized that the war has gotten to a point where he thinks that there's a couple different goals he can accomplish. He can, in some ways, move the goalposts on slavery forward, continue that advancement of abolition, while at the same time weakening the Confederacy. They're getting reports that slaves are being used as porters, that they're supplementing the Confederate war effort. And so Lincoln thinks that he can kill two birds with one stone here, and he can do it now because he will call it a war necessity. This is an emergency powers kind of an order that says, we can accomplish maybe an eventual goal of our government, but we can do it because we have emergency war powers. When he presents this idea to his cabinet, he had been tinkering with this all through 1862. He had mentioned it to his vice president in private in June. He gave, at a cabinet meeting, the copy to his cabinet for them to review. The cabinet was kind of split down the middle on whether or not it was a good idea, but Secretary of State William Seward famously said that you should wait for a victory, and as the saying goes, you should hang your proclamation on the eagle of victory's neck. Antietam isn't quite the victory that everybody's hoping for, but it's not a defeat either, and the clock is ticking. So Lincoln announces the Emancipation Proclamation, which he says will go into full effect on January 1st, 1863. It's not exactly the definitive, round denunciation of the institution of slavery that everybody's hoping for. If you're wanting Lincoln to be sort of a cheerleader for abolition, this isn't quite it, because it doesn't release slaves in the border states like he'd been trying to do through Congress. It only releases all slaves in the Confederacy. So there's still more work to do. It is not a permanent fix because it's not an amendment to the Constitution or anything like that. It can only be employed during wartime. So you've got to, while the war is still going on, you've got to pursue a more permanent change, but it is a change. It does beg the question, if you think this war is a punishment for sins committed, that the way that we can salvage these wrongs, pay penance for these wrongs, is to spill blood on the battlefield, is something like this, the Emancipation Proclamation, is this a moment where perhaps the U.S. federal government is paying its dues in order to right the national wrong? Is this the sort of thing that is like offering the sacrifice that the ancient Israelites would have done on the altar, offering the cow, praying that God will accept it? It's tempting to think of the Emancipation Proclamation as a happy ending if you think about this in terms of, the national wrong being righted, because finally it's not being pushed further down the road. It's finally been named. But the debt collector is still coming. The debt collector has not received his due, and his due comes in the form of more years of bloody war. If Antietam was the worst single day, there's still fighting that's coming that's going to be the worst multi-day affair. We've still got the worst battle in American history to come, something that is like to not be repeated ever again. It might seem like things are going on an upward trajectory, a happier ending perhaps, but in the Civil War, there are no happy endings. I wish I could sit here and say now at the end of this show that I have a book out, that there's something for you to have in your hands. I don't have that optimistic sort of an announcement here at the end, but I have been working on one. I've been sort of wading my way through the proposal, and there's no telling exactly where this project will go, but I have been pursuing it because the potential here could be really cool. And in the process of doing social media and talking about books and interviewing people and sort of establishing myself, I guess, in this like weird digital space, it has allowed me to meet some very cool people. And because I have met some very cool people, I have, this book proposal thing has happened. I had this idea. I've been mentored a little bit by some of the folks that I've met. And so here we are. The log line pitch, the elevator pitch for the book at the moment. I haven't been talking about the book at all. I've been very, very vague because I don't want to talk it out and then it not happen, but it's just you and me. The pitch for the book is it's a history of 1861, but it's told sort of through this theme of cascading failures. We talked about this a little bit in the last show. I view 1861 as basically one failure after another, and it's people improvising, trying to figure things out. It is about improvisation. It is about the growing fight against slavery, which from April 1861 to April 1862, it sort of takes on a whole new kind of a tone and tenor, I suppose. So the book is about that. A lot of the last 9 months have been me figuring this book out, doing a lot of research, and just not spending a ton of time thinking about the podcast or podcasting. But obviously, in spare moments, I've been doing some podcasting. The beautiful thing about audio podcasting is that I can just pop here into the booth for 10, 15, 20 minutes at a time. And then after a long enough period, you've got yourself a pretty sizable podcast. And that's sort of what's happened. In spare moments, I've hopped in here to the booth, recorded a little bit for the podcast, and then gone back to the book or gone back to the other things, the other balls I've got up in the air. So all of this to say, I don't have anything for you to go get or anything to push, but I have an explanation for why it took 9 months to release another compendium show. Hopefully you take it. Hopefully you accept it. And maybe, hopefully the next show won't take 9 months. We'll see. I guess it all depends on how this book project goes. I've also considered going back to school and getting a master's in history. We will see on that end. It'll be interesting to come back to this in a year or two and just sort of see like, okay, here's what I was thinking at the time. How little did he know? We'll see. Another thing that I started up because I can't help myself and I'm sort of silly, but when you read a bunch of books, I tried to explain this in the first show I released, and I don't know if I did a good job doing it. I don't know if I can do a good job doing it, but you read a lot of books, especially history, and you start examining a lot of the reasons why things happen. This is a byproduct, a symptom, I suppose, of reading a lot of history books, is that you start asking questions, you start analyzing, you start figuring out the why, and you start to understand, I guess, sort of the wizard behind the Wizard of Oz, the guy behind the curtain. You just start, I guess, seeing some of those patterns, and you become, I guess, the person that's just like, do you see the signs? Do you see the signs? Well, I've started I almost even hesitate to say this, but I've started doing a little bit of political commentary, I suppose, and I've released it through Substack. It's out on podcast platforms. I'll have a link to it below. It is very much a compendium approach to politics, if that makes any sense at all. It's not punditry. It's not partisan stuff. It's truly, can we look at politics through somewhat of a historical lens? Can we look at it through a structures lens, an institutions lens? Can we just sort of look big picture and try and analyze some of the problems that we have in American politics? See if we can offer some solutions to them. I'm no economist. I'm no, political scientist, but like, hey, can we try and fix some of these problems that we see? Some of this is just, I've been reading a lot of books that relate to a lot of this. And in reading a lot of these books, you kind of get ideas. Maybe that's dangerous. Maybe getting ideas isn't the smart thing to do. Who knows? But it is a little bit like I read that before he ran for president, before any of the stuff that we know about him really happened, Ronald Reagan spent about a year doing these 3-minute long audio commentaries, I suppose, where he basically wrote down his view on every major issue at the time in the 70s. And then he released like 3,000 or 300, whatever it was, 3-minute long audio commentaries. Consider American Footnote my Ronald Reagan commentaries. This is not I have everything figured out. This is, I might not be qualified to talk about this, but hey, let's try and see if we can make things a little bit better. So there's the log pitch for that. If that sounds interesting to you, I'll have a link to it in the show notes below. You can check it out or don't. If you don't want politics, you just want history, perfectly fine, totally understand. And we'll carry on with our days. But I just want to thank all of you for the messages. I have seen them. Compendium has been cooking in the background. I know that I've made you wait a really long time for part 3. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you, everybody who has listened, told a friend about it, talked with their dad about it, all of the things. I do really appreciate it. It means the world to me. I know this is not a huge podcast, but just knowing that people enjoy this, even if it's a few people, it does make it all worth it. So hopefully I will see you all sooner than 9 months from now with another Compendium show, but we will see. Have a good one, everybody. I'll hopefully see you again very soon.